Hello, welcome to the belated session of Shadow the Broker 129, Monsters We Make. I'm Jack, the GM, and with me I have a slightly smaller group of people, but hopefully that'll make this just a bit more intimate. Introducing their characters while I get the resources underway, Nick.
I'm Nick, and I'm playing Zashak. He is a Trandoshan who is not only dealing with the emotional trauma of being hunted down by his own people, but by having scary voices telling him what to do, and evil fire coursing through his body.
Well, it already looks like that fire is not going to be bothering him today. And then we have Ben.
Hi, I'm playing Ferret. He's an ex-Imperial defector. He used to be a scout trooper in the Expeditionary Corps, and he too knows what it's like to be hunted down by his own people because it's been happening constantly for the past few years. And now I guess he's kind of taking up a sort of command position with this group, trying to help them get things organized and do things in a way that isn't insane.
Okay. Doing the resource rolls, I think the only one that might hit is 52 for morality. What's Shasak's morality is 57. Okay, so it's actually closer to the balance point. So in a thrilling turn of events, nothing triggers. And so we begin, actually, with Ferret, Zashak, and maybe a deactivated Rock being quickly shuffled onto the Sunflare with orders that a top-secret mission will be given to them en route to a destination. Apparently, Pippa had received a set of hyperspace coordinates and quickly took the ship underway once you got on board. After a little while of wondering where the heck you're exactly going, you are summoned to the conference room within the Sunflare, where immediately a hologram of a very official-looking Mon Calamari appears above the table. And forgive me in advance for not doing a Mon Cal accent, but it quickly turns into a Nixon. Agents, you have been asked to be sent to scout an outpost vital to the rebel fleet that went silent after the Battle of Hoth. Dugata Outpost is one of the only shipyard facilities outside of Mon Cala space. It is vital to keeping the mobility of the fleet at its peak, while also maintaining vital resource lines to other smaller rebel outposts in need of spare parts, ships, supplies, you name it. It is secluded in a relatively unknown system in a dense debris field. An abundance of spare parts, an obvious reason for putting it there. However, that would also make it difficult to get to. Telemetry satellites have been placed throughout the debris field to help ships come in. However, if the facility has gone dark, then those satellites might have also gone dark as well. So expect some rough space as you make your way to the outpost. Hopefully, the reason for their going dark will be mundane, and you can easily assist them. However, things being what they are, should you find the outpost in a worse state, your mission will be to assist in whatever way you can, or if it appears the outpost is lost, recover as much data as you can, so we might better uncover just why the outpost fell. Any questions?
How long has the communications been down?
Since the Battle of Hoth, we originally thought it might have been because there was a communications breakdown on our end, but once we started to reestablish our networks, we noticed the Gut Outpost was not calling in. So about, I'm not entirely sure how the timeline works at this point, at least a month.
Right.
So you mentioned it was a sort of shipyard facility. What sort of duties was it outfitted for? What kind of, I guess, hardware does it have?
It mainly has as much ship breaking and ship repair facilities that we could manage. It is based out of a decommissioned Luke Rehok class vessel that seems to be a holdover from the Clone Wars. It's built to actually service capital ships, which makes it one of the more unique Rebel facilities we have outside the Outer Rim.
And what about the staffing? How many people there? What sort of classification? Anything like that?
It was built to service a large amount of vessels at a time, so the duty roster last had it around 1,000 crew members. And that, of course, isn't counting whatever crew members of the ships had docked there. But we don't have a complete roster of what ship was there by the time the outpost went dark. As for its equipment, most of it is mechanical nature. However, there was a small squad, I guess that's an inaccurate size estimate, a platoon of Marines in case any difficulties emerged with boarders or saboteurs.
Hmm. 1,000 people is a lot to completely cut communication.
Indeed, we would have sent a scouting operation sooner, but we've been unfortunately busy given the events on Hoth.
Hmm.
Well, hopefully they're not all dead.
Quite. Alright. So it appears you have gotten as much as you could out of Admiral Akbar. And so his hologram fades out, and you're left to yourselves for the rest of the journey. If there's anything you'd like to complete, probably take a couple of hours.
If it's a two-man mission, there's not a huge amount to take care of. But I guess if we are heading into a floating outpost, it's probably good to have some kind of... Well, wait. So we are taking the Sunflower. That's okay. So we have all that stuff that's in there. I guess that means I'm probably flying, which is okay. Let's see.
Yeah, I have 1 agility. I do have 2 foresight to go with it.
That might help if we ever need the co-pilot.
Well, with that in mind, you eventually emerge from hyperspace on the edge of, as you expected, a massive debris field. You're seeing stuff from wars you can't even remember. Long ancient ships apparently have clustered here, along with more recent ships that you can recognize from battles probably stretching to the Clone Wars. It's a pretty dense field, and as you probably expected, you are receiving no transmission from any telemetry satellites, even if you try broadcasting your rebel codes.
Could we try, like, could we try scanning the, scanning any of those satellites?
Yes. Let's see. I think the scanning range on the Sunflare is medium. Go ahead and give me an average perception or computers check, because actually, what do you know? You can actually use perception with scanning. But I'm also going to add in 3 setback just because of the sheer number of items you're going to have to strike off the list, as the debris would be throwing off your signals.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I only have 4 greens for computers, and my perception is 1 yellow, 1 green.
I can cover perception pretty well.
All right.
So I think we can probably just pair up on that. Sort of both of us, I guess. 2 of us at the helm.
Yeah.
Kind of trying to manage everything by ourselves. So we come out, we don't see the actual outpost yet. We just see a ton of floating debris.
At least from a glance, no. It looks like it's probably a bit deeper into the debris field.
All right. Keep your eyes open. There's a lot of stuff here, so there could be something hiding.
Oh,
We'll
pretty.
take it slow. And let's see. Nope.
Oh,
And that was using perception.
Hmm.
All right. You don't detect any craft you think would actually be able to harm the Sunflare by suddenly waking up and starting to shoot. However, you do notice there is a slight opening, I guess you could say, in the debris field, where it seems the debris is just simply less cluttered for the moment. A lot of smaller pieces are filling in the gap, so it would still be a bit of a hassle to fly through, but you think it would probably be a bit easier to fly through this tunnel than to simply take your chances in roughing it through the debris field proper.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Through a tunnel? Hmm. Can we see the end of the tunnel from where we are?
No, some larger pieces have moved. It's kind of hard for the tunnel to stay static in this sort of gravitational anomaly. It's shifted around a bit. Larger pieces are drifting in.
So the tunnel is a literal tunnel where it's solid on all sides.
No, it's not. It's not solid. It just simply seems to be an opening in the debris field that's a little less dense than the rest of the field itself. Recognizable as a sort of tunnel, but it's not like it doesn't have solid walls.
Okay, that's fine. Nothing active on the scopes. I do see a quarter, though. We'll take it and see what we can find.
Ah, and suddenly our ROCK-4 reactivates in the cargo bay.
Man, that was a nice nap. Ugh, what'd I miss?
You're being dispatched to a rebel shipyard buried deep in a old debris field to find out why it dropped out of contact after the Battle of Hoth.
Rock's gonna stretch his arms, get his servos warmed up, look around and see who's here.
You find Zashak and Ferret in the cockpit looking at the debris field, trying to find a way through it. Go ahead and roll Destiny. I didn't take your obligation off the chart when I rolled. It's still overshot by a mile, so don't have to worry about that.
Okay. Oh boy.
Perfect.
Yeah. Good. Rock will check his internal clock. Morning, Zashak. Ferret. Ugh. Where are we?
Morning.
He sort of looks out, as Rock sort of looks out the viewfinder. Where are we?
Well, we're supposed to be in the general vicinity of the Gutta outpost, but haven't sighted it just yet.
Probably
Trying to see what we can find in the field.
All right. You found the tunnel. If you choose to fly through it, the check is going to be daunting. Upgraded once just because of a flip, and you'll have one setback because the terrain is rough. Though you can easily tell that it's probably going to be 3 setback if you try flying through the debris field proper.
Okay.
Would Ferret like a co-pilot?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Probably be a good idea.
I could try boosting his shields, though.
That might help.
All right. Co-piloting is just an average check, right?
Yeah. Oh, boost his shields is hard mechanics.
Oh, actually, you know what? Rock will do that. Zashak, you co-pilot, because my mechanics actually is far better than my piloting.
My piloting's 1 green, 2 force die.
My piloting is just 1 green.
Oh.
Oh.
Yours is supremely better. So,
All right. Here's my co-piloting check. Oh, wow.
Oh, it still takes down the downgrade.
Yes.
You're gonna have two advantages. I guess we can maybe convert that into a boost.
Yes, take a boost from the co-piloting and actually, go ahead and take an upgrade from the boosting shields.
Okay.
And I realized I misspelled shields.
I'm sorry, the shields.
The shields. Okay. Hopefully we don't die. Just checking. Yeah, we don't have any handling because we don't have Joker anymore. All right.
Hooray, we're not dead.
All right. You know, beads of sweat start to form on your brow a bit as you pull into the tunnel. You're drifting a bit to the right and left. You can't obviously throttle the sun flare up or you risk slamming into something that drifts out of sight. Into sight. So go ahead and take that threat as strain. But you do end up following the tunnel until you get to a bit of a wider patch where things are a bit easier to maneuver around. And wow, my mouse is freaking out. And you arrive on the outside of what looks like a decommissioned Lucre Hulk. It's big. There are several gashes in it that look like they've been roughly patched over by some scrap metal. And you see a lot of docking pylons sticking out of it, connecting to several frigates, corvettes, and of course, and the obvious thing that you notice is that sandwiched in between its massive curved arms is a Mon Calamari capital ship. A few docking bridges extending into the aft section, along with a few power transfer cables and whatnot. You actually see a few lights on in the shipyard, but that's all you can really tell at just a glance.
Scan for life forms?
Yeah. The shark pull up a general scan. We need to see if any of these tools are working.
Go ahead and give me a hard upgraded once computers or perception alongside one setback. And make sure tell me if you're using computers or perception.
Oh.
Do you actually want me to do it? My computer is only 4 green, and my perception is only 1 yellow, 1 green.
Technically, I would probably still be the best with the perception. Okay. I mean, I guess we can do that if we just want to go for the best result. Or the best odds. So what was the difficulty again?
Hard, 1 upgrade, 1 setback.
Upgrade, 1 setback. Assist. Okay. Perception. All right.
You notice that a lot of the ships connected to the shipyard appear to have suffered some sort of damage. Their engine modules seem to have flared up and burnt out at this in quick succession. The Mon Calamari ship seems to have suffered some superficial damage, but it appears relatively intact. However, you are seeing no signs that its reactor is online. No lights are on. The engines appear to be cold. However, the shipyard itself seems to be operating normally. You're noticing that the lights are on. A few of the satellite dishes actually seem to be swiveling around, still going through their programmed courses.
Any
Is there
people?
anything around that doesn't look automated that's actually working?
I guess if this is still relative to a scan, just with perception, you're detecting a wideband jamming field. Projected probably about to fill up the entire cavity the outpost is sitting in. As for life signs, you can't detect them because of the jamming.
Can we tell the location of the jam?
Given the density, it appears that it's coming from the outpost.
Well, only one way to get to the bottom of this is we got to get on that outpost.
Yeah, there are several docking pylons you could just pull the Sunflower up to.
Yes, we'll see if we can find an ingress point near the wherever the jamming is radiating from, I guess. Probably best to take that offline first so we can at least get an idea of what's going on.
For Ferret, make me an average knowledge warfare check. For anyone else, this would be hard.
Okay, average. Can anyone assist?
Rock will assist. He's been in plenty of battles.
All right, average warfare. Hmm? Hmm.
You can probably guess that the jamming field would be a jamming field of this nature would probably would have to be projected from those satellite dishes you see.
All right.
Oh, cool. If you just land me on the ship, I can go take those out. Oh, boy, we probably don't want to take them out, though.
Yeah, bad idea. We need to have communications online if we're gonna salvage this place.
All
We
right.
also don't know why they're up.
Because there aren't any docking pylons that connect to that command, the core ship, I think it's called. You do have to land like in one of the arms. If there are docking pylons that are like close to the aft section, that would probably give you a quick route to that area.
Okay, cool. We'll just get whatever gets us the shortest, at least as far as we know, route toward that middle core.
All right. Because you're in a bit of a cavity. It's not that hard of a docking check. Actually, when I say that, I mean you don't have to roll at all. You just pull up to the aft section, and once you line up with the pylon, it automatically extends and latches to the hole.
All right. Rock will be taking point on this.
All right. You check the airlock. You see that it apparently has sealed normally. Atmosphere outside is standard. And when you open the airlock, you see it just leads into a long hallway. A pylon. It's empty. No one's there to greet you. However, the lights are on.
Rock will, well, he doesn't see anything wrong, but he'll kind of motion for Zashak and Ferret to kind of stay directly behind him. And he's going to carefully make his way through the hallway to the first juncture.
Yeah, Zajak will he'll say, this seems suspicious.
It's because it is. 1,000 people, they'd have someone attending at least one of the docking clamps. Either they've taken some kind of emergency measure, maybe retreated toward the core, or I don't know. I don't really want to believe they'd all have disappeared. It seems a little bit ridiculous. We'll see. Let's keep an eye
Rock will
out.
inspect the walls and see if there's any scrawlings that say Roanoke.
You don't see anything on the pylon walls, but as you enter, you see it looks like the hallway you're in is a bit of disarray. It looks like a few things have been turned over. There are some scorch marks here and there.
Okay.
Would you like to better inspect this scene, or just keep heading towards the core?
Well, yeah, if there's some scorch marks, I mean, I would probably at least want to look and see how old they might have been and
Okay, go
kind of
ahead.
where.
Go ahead and give me either another average warfare, since Ferret would be familiar with this stuff, or a hard education.
All right, definitely take the warfare on this.
Rock will assist again.
Okay. Oh man! Wow, that's pretty good.
The scorch marks are cold. When you put your hand on them, you feel no residual heat. And also, you kind of scratch at them a bit to see how deep the marking is. And it kind of just flakes off. It looks like someone with a good scrubber could probably take this off with a couple of minutes of elbow grease. This tells you that it's probably a couple of weeks old, if even that. It might even have been older, but at that point it's mostly speculation.
Could we tell
what kind of weapons were fired and like what direction they were fired from?
Let's see. Knowing that the core ship would be orienting this whole kind of battle you're seeing towards the core ship, you can tell that there are actually blaster marks going both ways. You're also seeing a couple of these scorch marks are light enough that they probably actually were stun bolts that may have shorted out some of the electronics on the other side of the panel.
I don't know. Are the stun shots more one way than another?
Yes. It seems like the people that were actually trying to head towards the core ship were using more stun bolts than lethal bolts.
Hmm.
Is there any blood?
Some. Not a lot, very dry, a lot like the scorch mark. Looks like it's been here for a long time.
It's like a fighting retreat. Whoever boarded the ship wanted to take people alive, which means they might still be here.
I wouldn't be too hopeful. If the scene's this old, why would they stay here for so long?
There might be people holed up somewhere.
And there may be more
Nice.
to this than we think.
What
After
if-
all, this is a shipyard pretty far away. I thoroughly count on the admiral to tell us everything. We're just a scouting party anyway, so
If there's people still here that are holed up, and the station's still in perfect working order, why would they still be holed up?
It's a good question. But too many questions, not enough answers. And we're only at the first junction. So let's move forward. So Rock will continue sort of leading the way towards the core ship in the general direction where the jammering things might be. He's sort of following Barrett's directions on this because he's horrible.
As you continue towards the core ship and near a corner, you start to hear the sounds of what sounds like welding torches going off. Like you're hearing some. It almost sounds like a machine shop further down.
Rock's going. Rock will look to Ferret. See, do we try to sneak this way or sneak and try to figure out, like, and observe, or do we just go?
because all we hear is just the welding stuff.
Yeah, no commotion, no nothing, just welding noises. Also some sound of some metal plates being moved just now and again.
We know automation's online. I would find it hard to believe that they'd have anyone doing work out here without any guards, especially with the damage. It's probably just a maintenance droid, but still, probably better to put eyes on it before we, just walk past.
Okay.
So at least Ferret, I guess, we'll try to get an eye on it stealthily before we cross in front of it.
All right, go ahead and give me a... one red, actually 2 red, why not? I'll flip. 2 red stealth check.
Rock and Shocker, or Rock will be hanging back a bit, waiting for Ferret's go signal. That is.
You're getting it a setback too because of the lighting. It's actually still quite well lit.
Okay. Set back. All right. Zoop.
All right, you round the corner and quickly duck into another overturned cargo container for cover and take a peek to see exactly what the source of the noise is. And you actually see personnel. You can identify them as rebel personnel, and they appear... There we go. They appear to be the ones welding. It looks like they're trying to fix up a large gap in the plating, messing with the electronics. You can tell pretty easily that they don't look Imperial. They're wearing very loose-fitting mechanics garb, and they look a lot like the mechanics you've seen on Jagamir when they were expanding the base.
Ferret will hold and just observe them for a bit and see if anything looks strange about them. Just sort of watching their patterns, seeing if they're talking to each other or if they're just kind of like mindlessly doing whatever they're doing.
They seem focused on the task. You're not... No, not all human. Some of them are. You actually notice there is a Mon Cal among them and a Soliston. They don't seem to be talking, but they also, they just appear to be quite focused on their work.
Hmm. And how many are there? 2, 3,
4.
4.
2 humans, 1 Moncal, 1 Celestin.
All right. Ferret will like move back a bit and then key in his comm. Found base personnel. Looks like a maintenance crew. They're doing work, but they seem a bit off.
So at that, Rock will start to approach, not trying to really hide himself or like not trying to sneak, but he's just going to approach slowly towards that junction. And kind of when he gets to it, he's going to wait for them to make first contact.
All right. You walk up, stand behind them a while. It actually takes
But
them...
not like right behind them, but like near them.
Okay, you stand
well,
near
there's-
them for a while, and they don't notice you for a little bit. It's only when one of them just seems to casually turn his head as he's moving a plate aside that he sees you, and he just...
Hello.
Uh,
Rock will wave. And he'll give a friendly hello and wave his hand.
The Celestin jumps back, getting everyone's attention. The humans see you. They gasp too, but step forward, and the Moncal just stays back with the Celestin. And they say, "Where did you come from?"
Well, I came from the docking pylon. We were sent by, I'm assuming, General Kithskra.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't tell you. Admiral Akbar, actually.
So, hi, I'm Rock. I'll give sort of name, rank, serial number. I was sent by, I'm a part of a cell from under Admiral Akbar's orders to investigate why this outpost has not been responding.
Oh, the pylons are still working? They seem to chatter amongst themselves for a moment before the Moncal steps forth and says, You're going to need to speak with the commander. And they,
Okay.
Wait, they didn't know the pylons were still working?
Apparently,
Or they're-
that is the one thing that one of them seems to exclaim before they quickly start talking in hushed voices.
Or they thought they disabled all the pylons.
Ferret will emerge after Rock sort of engages them without them being hostile in any way. Hold on. Before we head to your commander, I'd just like to get some details first, at least from you. What exactly are you doing?
We're fixing some of the sabotage we incurred during the attack.
Did you repel the attack?
We contained it. The boarders are now trapped aboard that Mon Calamari ship you probably saw coming in. They used it as a... what was the phrase I used?
Trojan horse?
No, tie-on horse. They used it to board the ship, and after a hard-fought battle, we managed to contain them on the ship. We're still fighting as we speak. We're just mechanics, though, sent to patch up what damage we could.
If you're
Are you
still
responsible for the jamming then? You're trying to keep them from getting a signal out?
They nod, yeah.
if you guys are still fighting these incursors, then why are you out here with no visible armaments or no protection? I mean,
Because
for mechanics, it seems like a pretty easy way to just take people out and then infiltrate.
we know they're contained on the Moncal ship, and that's where all of our Marines are. If they get past the Marines, then I think it's already game over.
Can we see if they're lying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I was about to ask that.
Rock's discipline, it will be, it's 2 yellow and 3 green.
Oh, yeah.
So if they're trying to pull a fast one on him, they're gonna get through that. I will flip as well to make it 3 red. And
So
2
it's
purple.
3 red. Any purples? I didn't quite get
3 red and 2 purple.
Okay. Quite the discipline.
Yep. Oh man.
All right, they appear to be telling the truth. Or rather, are quite convincing.
They are quite convincing.
Does the station itself have any weapons online?
It was decommissioned during the Clone Wars. They scrapped any useful bits long before we got here. Most of the turrets have been... Whatever turrets that were actually workable were taken, and we turned whatever we had left into more grappling fixtures. We can hold the Moncal ship as long as we want, but that's about all we can do.
Do you know who the boarders are? Who they're with?
We assumed Imperials, though we weren't in the middle of the fighting, so we don't know.
Can you give us directions to the Moncal ship? If your Marines are indeed fighting these incursors, then if there's anything I can do to help, I would certainly like to offer my services.
You're going to need to speak with the commander to coordinate first before we can let you on the ship. I mean, I think that's the policy. The Marines probably wouldn't let you pass unless they heard you were coming.
Very well.
Wait a second. We noticed on the way in that a lot of the other docked ships fired their engines, at least for a while. Do any of them still work?
No, that was their first attack. They managed to seed themselves throughout the shipyard, and when they first decided to strike, that's when they sabotaged most of the ships. And of course, when we had to keep them from escaping, we sabotaged the rest. The only ship that can actually get out of here now is, well, I guess yours and the Moncal ship. But when we boarded it,
ships of your own, not for maintenance work or anything.
not ships capable of leaving the debris field. They're too slow. They'd get pulverized. Plus, none of them have hyperspace capabilities.
Rock's going to radio to Pippa to fully lock down the ship and to not open it unless Ferret, Zashak, or I personally give the code.
You don't get a signal because of the jamming.
Oh, that's right. Ah. Crap.
Wait. But so that jamming field doesn't make any sense. Because if they're Imperial, if they assume they're Imperial, then Imperials would know where they were, or at least where they went to. Because this is an organized attack.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense that the Imperials would just send a small force and then abandon them. After a certain amount of time, they'd probably send reinforcements if they're not hearing back.
Well, they assumed Imperials.
Mm-hmm.
But
they assumed Imperials.
But here's the thing, though. That still doesn't make that story doesn't make sense, though.
Yeah, Ferret kind of looks at Zashak and Rock, and he kind of like tilts his head down the hall. Can't really say anything yet, but he looks at the maintenance crew.
Because even if it were pirates, I doubt they'd send their entire force, all up front and just try to do that. At least no smart pirate crew would. I mean, the scorch marks we saw were like, a week or weeks old?
Mm-hmm.
There should have been more.
Well, you've been seeing battle marks throughout your entire time. It's just that they're just as unremarkable as the first ones you saw.
Yeah. Are they just as old as well?
Yeah.
Okay. It also doesn't really make much sense that if they have these incursors, or these pirates, Imperials, whatever, locked onto the Moncal ship, that why they would still have the Marines be fighting them. If they have them all sort of quarantined in there, then there would be quarantine measures to keep them there. Like, they wouldn't need the whole of their combat force, containing these people. Because eventually they'll just starve out and die. And with no hope of communication and no hope of rescue, and those people are all just as good as dead.
That's all based on a lot of assumptions of the current situation. The mechanics don't
That is
have
true.
ever all the answers.
So Ferret's going to look at Rock and Zashak and then motion the mechanics back. Before you take us to the commander, we need to take care of a few things at our ship. You're going to have to come with us.
Why do we have our orders, sir?
Well, these are from an admiral.
They're gonna need to hear you play back the message the Admiral sent you, which you can.
Then we do.
Then the mechanic is gonna respond with, "You were under orders to assist. We don't see anything in there that compels us to follow your commands. In all regards, you should be helping us."
We are.
The mechanics start to step back towards the direction you're supposed to be heading, towards the core ship. It's like, we're not going anywhere until we get the commander's okay. You're free to come with us to speak with the commander, but until
Rock,
then, we're
stay
not
here
going.
with them. I'm going to go back to the ship with the Zashak. We're going to get some preparations done.
Okay, I will stay with them. I will stay with the mechanics. Have them stay. All right, don't worry. They're gonna go check on the ship. I'm gonna stick with you guys, and we're gonna stay right here.
Just keep doing the
Zashak
job.
would just kind of have a spooky Trandoshan. His tongue flickers and just kind of stares at the coldly before departing.
Don't scare him, Zashak.
Don't mind him.
Unintentional.
He's like a big stuffed teddy lizard.
All right.
You.
So I guess while Rock watches over them, we're going to head back to the ship and make sure everything gets locked down.
Alright, yeah, you can return to the Sunflare and tell Pippa to lock everything down. Are there any specific countermeasures you want to put in place?
I mean, a pretty typical lockdown, right? Like physical countermeasures, electronic countermeasures.
Yeah.
Pull out one of the spark plugs.
Is Pippa capable of piloting the ship at least a little bit?
I am pretty sure we've narratively said she can, but I don't think she's that good of a pilot.
Okay.
Like, if you send her out into the debris field, I don't think the Sunflare is going to end very well.
Yeah, I don't think he wouldn't do that. What I was thinking is that maybe put a timer on it and have her, when that timer goes down, have her divert to a different docking bay.
Oh, move to a different pylon.
Yeah. Just like make it a long timer though, like
So would you have her just sit here until the timer went off and then have her move, or like have her detach, wait until the time comes back, and then attach to a different pylon?
Well, assuming she's locked down, I don't think it matters if she's detached the whole time or not.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
think no matter what.
If she's attached, we have no way of actually getting into contact with her because of the jamming field.
Yeah.
We don't have contact because of jamming field anyway.
Yeah, so we have to kind of automate things. Because if
At least
we
if she-
make her detached, then we have no way. Then we'd still have to wait for her to attach again anyway. So we just keep her attached, and then say after X amount of time, switch to this docking bay, and then attach again.
All right, yeah. Order accepted.
Okay.
Rock will just make a small talk with the mechanics, and actually, if they continue working, Rock will attempt to assist them because Rock is quite knowledgeable about mechanical things.
All right, go ahead. You'll get 2 boosts because you're working with mechanics. But go ahead and roll me a hard, why not, upgraded once, mechanics check.
Okay.
All right, you actually are able to, it appears they were having problems moving the larger equipment out of the way to get at whatever they need to repair, so you're able to hold that aside while you also get in there with your large but steady fingers and help them piece back together what looks like a conduit that got fried when the panel got hit with a blaster bolt.
Okay.
And after you reconnect it, you hear a loud shwoom.
See, it wasn't so hard.
Like,
I guess on the scroll back with sorry.
the mechanics seem happy.
Okay. I guess on the stroll back with some privacy, Farrah would talk to Zashak a bit.
All right.
I think you obviously get that this doesn't really add up too well, at least not yet.
No, but we
Why,
should do. Sorry,
if they're going
continue.
to set up a jammer, why wouldn't they send out a signal first?
Exactly. We should try and catch them in a lie so we can make sure. Like, let's ask how many personnel.
It's not a bad idea.
What does the conduit power?
Or what does it like connect to, or like why was it so critical that it be repaired?
Well, it wasn't absolutely critical that it be repaired. That's why we waited a couple of weeks before getting to it. However, it was a bypass line for the reactor, which in case of a primary shutdown, this still sends power to some critical subsystems. But the reactor's been well secured since the incursion, so we don't have to worry about that. This is more of a precaution.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's all the reactor's good for, since when the ship was decommissioned, its engines got taken.
So
Hey,
Shock
it keeps the
will ask-
lights on and keeps the life support running. That's important.
So Shock will ask Ferret, if the pirates are on the Moncal cruiser, wouldn't they have access to the weapons on it?
Probably, but in the scan coming in, it didn't look like the reactor was online, and you need quite a bit of power to keep turbo lasers running.
You don't need to keep them active for long, just long enough to shoot what's keeping them here.
I guess, but if they have any technical knowledge, they'd keep the engines online and just leave. I'm not guessing that whoever they are, they're probably not dedicated enough to want to see the mission through to the death. If they're holding up, then they're holding up for a reason. Which means they might be easier to negotiate with, but we'll see. Still not entirely sure what the whole situation is like. And I guess around then, we'd arrive back at Rock.
All right.
All right, take us to your leader.
All right, the mechanics nod. They close up the panel they were working on and lead you away. And eventually, I don't know why I want to copy and paste. You're not moving slides yet. You start to transfer into areas that actually look like retain their original separatist architecture. Nice curvature of the halls. You see a couple more technicians working on another thing. But they take you past them. And eventually you end up in front into the core ship where we're very clearly dressed, you can tell by some of his insignias, Rebel Commander is sitting at the command chair looking at a few data readouts. And
I hope he's dressed. Otherwise, this is a very odd unit.
He's well dressed. I mean, he's not wearing this simple garb the mechanics are. He's actually dressed like an officer. The mechanics come up, present you guys to him, and he turns and smiles, apparently happy to see you, as he stands up and salutes. Yes, I am Commander Grau, current acting chief of Dagata Station.
Acting chief?
What happened to the previous chief?
Unfortunately, he was one of the first casualties of the incursion.
How many personnel do you have left?
Duty rosters are a mess. We're still trying to count the dead, and there are casualties still in the med bay that aren't accounted for. Last I checked, he actually tapped a couple of things onto his armchair. It says a couple of hundred, maybe that. Depending on how...
20% casualties?
Yes, unfortunately, when they took us by surprise, Our Marines were spread thin, and it was only after we suffered the worst of it that we were able to coordinate.
That's truly impressive. How many Marines do you have?
Compared to our original force, our Marines are now at about half capacity. An exact number is just as flimsy as our duty roster. I would say around 30 to 40.
Did you get an estimate on the enemy force? Their size, composition, equipment, anything like that?
Our information was so scattershot. They seemed to be everywhere at once, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was just because they managed to seed themselves among the population before they attacked.
How do you know that there aren't still spread out amongst you?
He looks around at a few of the technicians that are working in the data pits and kind of waves you to come closer to the viewport, away from where they can hear you. After you move over, he whispers, I tried to chase out any saboteurs that might be left in the ship by leaving some vulnerable targets. Since those targets have come and gone, I can only assume that the saboteurs are no longer here. While I do not put it past them to be crafty enough to put me in this false sense of security, they passed up perfect opportunities to continue the sabotage in order to make sure their cover was maintained. I'm not 100% certain, but I'm very certain that the saboteurs are contained on the Hurricane, the Juan Calamari ship, and he gestures out of the viewport where you can see the capital ship sitting.
So
No,
Shock
they
will-
contained. Sorry.
So Shock will let out a low trill, and you'll just look at him and say, "Are you a saboteur?"
Certainly not. And I
Is he
assume that's
alive?
going to come with a deception.
Yep.
Alright, hold on. Let me check his stats. Here, have all the light side.
I'll leave you a dark side. Come on, flip. There we go. We can't leave you in the dark. Ah. Son of a gun.
Jeezy Pete, they've gotten really good rolls. Any chance that I can give a setback?
The
Automatic
roll's
successes.
come and gone, so it's a
Yeah.
bit too late to modify.
All right. So we have our suspicions, but as far as we can tell, captain's on the up, or commander is on the up and up.
Yeah, let me go ahead and show you the nameplate. Forgot about that. There we go.
Don't worry, Commander, you're not under suspicion just yet. But now that the enemy force is contained, do you have a plan?
Our plan was mostly to starve them out, but it's a Mon Cal ship. Who knows what might be on board? It was not part of... He actually looks at his chair again. Yes, it was a purely Mon Cal ship, which means there are several places where there are flooded spaces. In fact, that's been what's hampering our quarantine of the ship. And who knows what could be in those spaces. The Mon Cal could have brought native species with them, because it used to be a cruise liner. They might have food to
So-
last for months, as far as I know.
So you were going to wait however many months it took to starve them out before recontacting Rebel Command?
That would require dropping the jamming field, and I couldn't risk couldn't risk the boarders getting in their own signal out.
I have an idea. You have like little shuttles or whatnot that can make it to out of the debris field, or at least farther into the debris field away from this station, correct?
No, they specifically can only work within the gravitational cavity around the outpost. If they go into the debris field, they get pulverized, unless you are a very skilled pilot.
Okay. So, I mean, there's a lot of derelict ships out there. Why not try to piecemeal together or cobble together something as a serviceable shuttle, move outside of the jamming field, and then send a signal to Rebel Command, letting them know that you are under attack.
If there were any useful pieces of equipment that we could turn into a serviceable ship, they were salvaged long ago to service the station when it was fully operational. There are, of course, other ships from other technological eras that we could use, but that would require someone with actual knowledge of those technological eras.
And you're saying you don't have skilled enough mechanics on here to cobble something together?
I have skilled mechanics to service ships that follow current design trends, but if you want them to go out and service an old Sakakoran transport hulk, I don't know what your results might be, and I don't want to risk the men.
Well, what do you think the current trends in shipbuilding have come from? There's certainly, if you go backwards enough, a lot of the systems are pretty much the same, just minor upgrades here or there.
Well, I'm sure you are well versed in your own technological design.
I am.
I think you are overestimating the ease at which my mechanics would be able to comprehend the technology they would be looking for. If you want to make a decisive effort in our favor, then I suggest you help us claim this ship. We do not know how many Incursions are still alive inside, but a small strike team may be able to secure the bridge. And if the bridge is secured, they will not be able to send their own message, and we can drop the jamming field.
That's a possibility. On the way in, we noticed that the captive ship's reactor appeared to be offline.
Yes. When we made our initial push into the ship, we managed to get them contained in the forward sections. We actually have control of the engine room, and we were able to shut down the reactor.
So you can power the ship down completely.
Yes.
If there's no power running to the forward section where you have them contained, then how is their life support working?
We've been wondering the same exact thing. Again, Moncal ships seem to operate on, a different design trend. They may have something further within that helps them sustain some form of life support or some basic form of power, but it apparently is a power level not enough to activate the weapons, engines, hyperdrive.
Have you looked for backup? Have you looked for any sort of backup or redundant systems?
We have, but every attempt we make to investigate these sources is an attempt we risk breaking quarantine. So we have not been able to make deep forays into the ship.
Okay. Well, allow me to put you at some of these. I don't require anything that you require to live. How about I go instead and investigate this forward section of this quarantine measure and see if I can't punch through?
The commander just shook his hands. By all means. If you are able to expedite our siege of the Hurricane, then you are free to take any measures you see fit. It's only the measures I had at my disposal before you arrived I deemed insufficient.
Okie dokie. So then Rock will just sort of ask for some sort of writ to show the Marines that are there to prove that Rock is who he is and that he has leave from the commander to assist them in however they should.
The commander gives you a small rod that has 3 different colored bands on the top.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, it's a hobby of mine. I've given it a lot of work during this current state of affairs. This should tell the Marines all they need to know.
Okay. Sounds good. Rock will sort of recommend that Zashak and Ferret see if they can help out here. Because if it actually turns out that there is no atmosphere or life support system running in that part of the Moncal ship, that he doesn't want to risk their lives going in there in spacesuits or whatnot. Then Rock will make his way down towards the Marines.
All right. Okay, so while Rock's doing that, is Ferret and Zashak just staying up here?
I think it's probably pretty bad idea to have Rock just go in there all alone.
Why is that? Rock's perfectly capable.
Yeah, but we don't really know what's happening. We're still assuming that this guy's legit.
Mm-hmm. And by Rock sort of going alone, you guys are able to keep eyes and ears on him. And then when Rock goes into the other ship, he's not going to just go in there guns blazing, killing people. He's going to go in there and try to figure out and discern the other half of this story, as well as do his best to keep the Marines out of that section so that there's no taint so that there's no way they can affect the other people's story. Because Rock certainly doesn't trust this guy. He's definitely not on the left. Rock believes what he says and who he says he is, but he still doesn't quite trust him. Certain things start adding up. And if the other side, onside the ship, or inside the Moncal ship, is hostile at first, Rock should be able to brush off whatever they throw at him. Whereas you guys, maybe not so much.
All right. So with that in mind, Ferret and Shock are just staying on the bridge.
For now, I guess.
Okay. So. Oh, geez, I've been standing on that. Rock takes the coated cylinder, scurries down the corridor.
He'll make a note to be personable and friendly to the mechanics that he walks past.
They nod at you, and eventually, after going down one of the docking hallways into the Hurricane, you find yourself in the bowels of the ship. Large tubes seem to cover a lot of the probably comfortable aesthetics that were here before, as they turned the cruise liner into a warship, and now you're starting to see the Marines. They're walking around groups of 4 or 3 in patrols, and a lot of the bulkheads seem to be covered by equipment. And further down, you flash them the code cylinder, and they just start pointing you in the right direction. And eventually, you come upon a bulkhead that a lot of a good portion of the Marines seem to be clustered around with their barricades. And it's like, you tell them where you want to go, and they point you to the door. It's like that's past containment.
So in there is where the quarantine is. Are there any of your men inside there?
They shake their heads.
Excellent. So Rock will just stride right past them up to the door. Does the door seem like it's been welded shut or sealed in any sort of way?
You need to turn the crank, but other than that, no.
Okay. Rock will turn the crank and open it, walk inside, and close it, and lock it behind him.
Okay, you are immediately confounded by darkness. You notice this when you open the door, but it's pretty much pitch black in there.
Okay. I'm just glad that my armor has, if Alfred wants to load, it has some built-in sort of like, not dark vision, but it has the ability to remove 2 setbacks from perception, vigilance, and combat checks imposed by darkness, smoke, or similar environmental factors of obscure vision. It's effectively the enhanced optics.
So he can make his way in the dark.
Okay. So the corridor you go down is pretty narrow. You pretty much, especially with your bulky frame, are kind of...
A little cramped.
Yeah. Like, there's enough room to perhaps move your arms a bit, but if you were to stretch your arms exactly out like a T, you'd be, like, your hands would be flat against the wall.
Okay. So, no melee combat. Melee combat will be incredibly difficult in such a confined space.
You'd have some setback, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. So Rock will just sort of continue down through hallway after junction. He'll kind of be calling out for people, like, "Hello, where's the welcome party?" Kind of thing.
So how much does that optic suite account for darkness?
Only up to 2. Well, it can remove 2 setbacks mechanically, but but it's imposed by darkness, smoke, or similar environmental factors that obscure vision. Um,
Okay, then give me a hard perception check.
okay. My perception, I believe, is it's garbage.
There were going to be setback, but there aren't.
Okay. I'll flip to make this a bit possible. Nope.
Oh, triumph, but a failure. Okay, so as you further down the corridor, you hear, "They've sent in a droid! Get him!" And that sounds distinctively non-Calamarian to you. That nice jowled, guttural voice.
Okay.
But
will-
before you can respond, blaster bolts immediately start flying down the corridor. What do you
Okay.
have for range defense?
Just one range defense.
Okay. This is what I get when I use these things.
And once the bolts start firing, Rock's going to immediately throw his hands up and say, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I'm not with them."
All right, but this is funny. All right, the bullets hit you, and if I remember your soak correctly, it's over 10, right?
It's 12.
Oh, okay, yeah. So some of the blaster bolts get you, but you just feel the ping, ping, ping as red glowing spots appear on your armor, but your diagnostics report no damage.
Mm-hmm. Now, if need be, I'll attempt a leadership check to have them cease firing.
You don't. They only got this
okay.
one round. Basically, your triumph comes into play right about here.
Okay.
So,
go ahead.
You hold your hands up, and after that first barrage, nothing happens. But then, after a moment, suddenly within your vision appear 3 Mon Calamari. And they still have their guns drawn at you, and they're just like, "What? Who are you with?"
I'll wave, "Hello," and I'll give them name, rank, and serial number, and replay the message from Admiral Akbar.
Oh, thank the Force. We've been waiting for help forever. These traitors, they've sabotaged everything, killed our men, destroyed our droids.
Taking control of the bridge?
No, even worse. They are the true operators of Dongada Station, but they have turned against the rebellion.
Really? Is that a deception check on his part?
Sure.
So, 2 red and 3 purples.
You're lucky you're dealing with minions.
Well, let's see. So far, oh boy.
All right, let's see here. You believe him. You, after sussing him out, you believe he's telling the truth. Rather, he believes he's telling you the truth.
Okay.
Let's see. Despair. He detects your skepticism, but he holds up a hand and says, No, you don't understand. It was insidious. We came here, docked the Hurricane for repairs after a battle in the expansion region, and after a couple of days, we noticed something was wrong with the people here. Some of us started to see things that weren't really there, or see people that weren't really those people. Suddenly, the nightmares came, and in one night, everything went to hell. The battle was across the station. Other ship crews fought back, but they were overpowered. They knew they were trying to escape, but most of us were able to sabotage our ships to keep them here. Our control of the bridge is the only thing that keeps them from taking the Hurricane now.
Okay. I meant the bridge on Dakota Station. Who's in charge of you?
Captain Mordecon has been sending word, but with communications jammed, our patrols are somewhat self-sufficient. Or rather,
Okay.
what's that word? Like working in the blind, I guess.
Um.
Like they have standing orders, but they're not ordered to go here and there.
Okay. I don't know the terminology either, but I think I understand. Okay. I would like to speak with him.
All right. They look back down the passageway and says, "We could take you to the captain, but there might be a problem. One of our guard dogs is loose."
Why is that a problem?
They are conditioned not to harm us, but you're not us.
I'm just gonna move my cloak with their blaster holes to the side, and show that there's been absolutely no damage to me. If your rifles can't hurt me, I don't think your little dog will.
It's not little. It's a.
I've
It's a great. Actually, they know it. I don't know why they're trying to obscure it from you. It's a great sulfonic octopus from one of our colonies. We usually keep it contained in a cage, unless we suffer a boarding action, where then we release it, and it is able to swim about the flooded areas of the ship and make sure the boarders cannot reach the more vital areas of the vessel.
Understandable. Is it more dangerous than a fully grown male rancor?
It's the same size as a fully grown rancor.
Then we might have a problem. Because I've killed rancors in the past. But I don't think I've ever met one of these octopi thingies. Are there many flooded sections of the ship where we will have to go through to get to your captain?
As a containment action, all sections that would lead to the bridge have been flooded, and it has access to all those sections.
Excellent. Okay. And I'm assuming you want it alive, correct?
It has been a great help in making sure the traders do not reach the bridge when they've tried to cross their quarantine, I assume.
All right. Well, if I'm able to stick close to you and to the three of you, it won't attack you, and perhaps in seeing me with you, it will hesitate to attack me because I am with you.
It's
Worth a shot.
It's been trained to deal with hostage situations. It may see that as one of those.
As one person taking three of its trainers hostage? Doesn't seem quite right, but I understand your predicament. Do you have any words, phrases, things that you've used to train this octopus in order to attempt to keep it under control and to keep it from acting hostile?
Well, we're not the trainers. We simply know of it. We know it has been conditioned somehow to not harm Mon Calamari.
Well, this proves to be quite the sticky wicket, because I am not fresh out of. Wait, it's the size of a rancor. How is it able to move about in these tiny corridors?
A lot of the flooded sections of the ship have been maintained the way they are, specifically because a hull breach in that area is not vital. The water seals it eventually.
Okay, but it's like Rock's gonna sort of gesture around to the size of the hallway they're currently standing in and say, "This could not fit a rancor."
It's not in this area.
Oh, there are larger sections of the ship where it isn't.
Yes.
Where
This
it can't.
is a, surprised to say, a maintenance corridor. The larger passages of the ship were either flooded or otherwise changed to accommodate the new situation.
Okay. Are there any maintenance corridors that lead just directly to the bridge?
Yes, but those are also flooded. But you do have a point. We wouldn't have to deal with the octopus there, but then we have the Dogon eels, who use the flooded maintenance corridors to get around.
Okay. And these eels, I'm assuming they're less dangerous than a rancor?
They're certainly a lot smaller, but we use them as somewhat emergency generators. They carry a powerful bioelectric current.
Okay, so don't touch them. I can do that.
Well, they might touch you. They're not conditioned. They could attack us as much as they could attack you.
Oh. Hmm. 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 You know what? Let's risk the giant octopus. Because a giant octopus, I'm certain I can fight. When it comes to things that can deal directly with electrical systems, I'm kind of at a disadvantage.
All right.
So, giant octopus.
All right. They take you further down the corridor, and eventually the corridor comes over a hatch before it kind of gets consumed by a bunch of tubes. And
Okay.
beneath that
But hold on,
hatch...
I have a question.
Sure.
Do Mon Calamari, as a species, give off some sort of pheromone or smell or something like that that these things can pick up on or trigger, or the things these can pick up on?
I don't think so.
Okay, damn. I was gonna say, just coat me in your Mon Calamari juice and then we should be fine.
Gross.
But that's not gonna work.
That
Gross
was
indeed, yes.
Nice idea, but... All right. They hold you here, and they say, because the hatch is over a flooded compartment. You see the dark glistening of the water in your scanners. Optical receptors, I don't know. Anyway, they say, okay, we'll go down first to see if the octopus is there, so you know to be ready for it or not. If it's not there,
Okay.
even better, we can just keep going.
Sounds good.
All right, so a couple of them dive down while the other ones keep you company. And why not? I'll leave this bit up to chance. All right, they come back up a second later and says, oh yes, there is an octopus down there. In fact, it looks like it's made a bit of a nest in that area.
Okay. And again, you want this thing alive, right?
If they, actually amongst themselves, they whisper for a bit. But then they turn to you and they say, if you are truly stronger than the octopus, then you could serve its purpose. So kill it if you must. They'd like it alive, but
Okay. So Rock's gonna reach under his cloak and he's gonna draw Glor Howl out. And he's gonna say, "Can you lead me directly above it before I jump in? Is that possible or no?"
the thing is, it's like you're looking at a small panel in the floor that leads into the water, and that's pretty much the only way in.
Okay, that's fine. So then Rock will say, "If you guys could go in first, so in case I start having a little bit of trouble, you can try to back me up with whatever you can." But this, it's going to be messy. Then
They nod and they say, "We'll help you if you want our help, but if we attack it, that may break its conditioning."
that's totally fine. All right, so they jump in first, and then I will jump in after them.
All right.
Rock will hold his breath, but he doesn't have to.
All right. As you slowly start to sink to the bottom, you eventually start to see tentacles at the edge of your perception, and as you finally land on the bottom with a soft, you see, if I can frickin' pick the right label. Oop, there. Oh, no, hold on. It's still in the fog of war. I can move you there in just a sec.
There it is. Okay.
Kapoosh.
Cool. All right. So I'm assuming this thing it's got to be like Silhouette 2 or something, or larger.
You're thinking more the size of a starfighter.
Wow, that big. Oh yeah, it's about Rainforest size. Okay. So then I'm assuming initiative time?
Yes. Of course, you knew this was coming. I'm going to say you can choose.
Well, here's the thing is, they're both the exact same.
My Charm and Cool are both the same, and I get 2 automatic advantages from my threat monitor. So, here we go. Holy moly.
I think
That
it's
is
safe to say you go first, but let me go ahead and roll for it.
That is the best vigilance roll, or best just initiative roll I've ever had.
I'm going to
All
leave
right.
the Moncals out of the order for a moment, as they will hold off
Mhm.
until you order them to actually attack.
Okay. Do I see its noggin?
It's a little further down, but yeah, you can see it like a faint. I mean, it's an octopus, so you can kind of see its forehead, and you can probably assume that above it is its head.
Cool. Then that's where I'm going to be moving to whack this thing.
All right, that's about medium range from where you are.
Cool. So then I will take 2 strain to get there. And then I'm going to take 3 more for frenzied blows. And with using the flat end of Gore Howl, or so the back end of Gore Howl, so it's strain damage only. So let's see. So that's normally. It's been a while since I played around. So it's. Yes, so it's 7. I believe. Well, how you do not have accurate, you are superior. Yes, you're superior, so I get that. And then may I have its adversary and defenses, please?
It is adversary 3, no defense.
Cool. So, first swing. Boom. So this isn't going to have any of the pierce on it, but it's going to be. So it's going to be 16 strain damage, or 16. Is it strain damage or stun damage for? I think it's stun damage check on.
If you're using stunning blow, it's just strain damage.
So 16 strain damage. And then I am going to do Sunder. Okay, so I don't have knock or disorient or anything like that. So I'll use the advantages to heal strain. So I don't know what this thing's going to do to me. And I'll use the triumph for. Why not? I'll crit it. So it'll just be. It's not getting any vicious either, so it'll just be a crit plus 30 with my lethal blows.
Okay. Go ahead and roll it. You do damage.
Excellent. So it's 72.
72 hamstrung. Lose its free maneuver.
That seems like a blessing.
Alright, so you are engaged with it already.
Mm-hmm. So I kind of like jump and then thwomp it right between the eyes with the back end of Gorehowl.
You seem to discombobulate a little. You see like the little thin pinpricks of light around its eyes kind of flutter around a bit before they focus back on you. And so you see its tentacles stretch out and try and take you.
Okay. 2 melee defense.
Okay.
And that's going to be it.
Any upgrades?
Nah.
Okay. You are over 2 silhouettes smaller than it, so it's going to have an extra difficulty if I'm remembering that rule right. But okay. It is going to do. Whoops, that is the wrong page. That is also the wrong page. Uh, 14 damage.
Okay. So 2 does get through.
Alright. And it is. Let's see here. Okay, as it wraps one of its tentacles around you, it's going to squeeze and see if it can't break something loose. So it's going to crit with the triumph.
Okay. Want me to roll it?
Yes, let me double check to see if it has any vicious. No. Okay, just go ahead and roll.
Okay.
90.
Yowza. That's not good.
Can it compromise to increase the difficulty of all skill checks by 1 until the end of the encounter?
Oh, that makes sense. It's got me wrapped in, a big tentacle thing.
Like, as it wraps its tentacle around you, you hear your arm servos pop a bit, and a few bubbles escape from your chest cavity.
Okay. So then Rock's going to... He's going to swing the bladed end of Gorehowl to try and cut himself loose.
All right, that sounds like a sort of called shot.
Okay, so it's going to have 2 setbacks, but I'll take 2 strain to reduce. So it's just 1 setback then, or is it all of them gone? If I use
I think it's
2.
1 setback if you aim twice. One for the
Okay.
called shot, and then another to get rid of the setback.
Okay. And so then the compromised upgrade, so that makes it 3 red. Frenzied blows gives me 7 yellow. I'll flip this time to give me that 8 green, or that extra green. And chop, chop, chop.
All right,
So
you
that's
cut off the end of the tentacle for certain.
okay. And so that's going to be 18 pierce 3.
And I have 4 advantage.
That why not? I'm going to dump into it.
No, I'm going to use the 4 advantage to heal strain. But so I've cut myself loose.
Yes. However, another tentacle is going to stretch out at you, as it has 7 of them now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. I'm going to flip. All right. Geez, it cannot get any advantage. That's going to do 11 damage, so none at all.
Mm-hmm.
And for the threat, what do you want for the threat? You're in an open chamber, flooded. You can't see a lot, but who knows? There may be something important hidden out of sight.
You know what? I can't turn those into boosts, can I?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh wait, actually, you can spend 2 of them to add a boost to your next check.
Then I will do that.
That leaves you with 1.
Mm-hmm. Then I don't know what to do with that last one. A setback, maybe? Can that work or no?
I think perhaps it's aching from the loss of its tentacle. It'll take another strain.
Okay, that works for me. I'm going to take 3 more strain for frenzied blows. That puts me at 6. Then I still have the compromised upgrade, right?
Yep, that's for
Still
the
can't
whole.
make
That's for the whole counter.
Okay. And then with the back end of Gorehowl again, just sort of right into its head, where I struck it the last time. Ooh. Despair. But so that's going to be 17 strain damage, and I actually have 8 advantages.
How much strain damage?
17. So, does it have bars I can see where?
You can't see him. It's a very
Okay.
massive creature. You can't exactly tell what damage you're doing unless you get a better look at it.
Okay.
Let's see, 17. It appears quite dazed, as far as you can tell.
Okay.
Uh,
I would like to use. Let's see. So I have. You know what? Can I give it 2 setbacks on its next check? I think would that be like 3 or 4 advantages?
Jeez, I keep putting the screen away.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I should have it open, really. Yeah, you can, for every 2 advantage, you can add a setback.
All right. So I'm going to check on 2 setbacks onto him, and then I'm going to. And it's 2 setbacks or 2 advantages for a floating boost, right?
Yes.
All right. So I'll spend 2 for a floating boost, and then I'll spend the last 2 on strain recovery.
All right. The creature, the octopus, kind of slinks around a bit, kind of moves. Oh wait, actually no, we still have to do the despair. As you come in for this swing and you kind of smack it, one of the tentacles reaches around Gorehowl and pulls it out of your grasp, and it just flings it out of sight.
Oh, it shouldn't have done that.
And now it's going to try and attack you. it slithers around a bit. You see it gain some focus as it recovers some strain, and then it attacks.
Okay. So it's going to have 4 setbacks this time. So I
Yes.
gave it 2, and then I have 2 defense.
Yep. All right, it failed. You're able to give yourself a nice push against the water and move back before its tentacles could envelop you. However, for the Triumph, I'm going to say actually because you moved out of the way, the tentacle hits you hear a dull thud against the water, but you then see a light emerge. A nice slinking light that kind of moves around like a snake.
Oh, it's one of those eel things, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, boy. Okay. Well, it really shouldn't have taken away my axe, because now I'm going to tear its eye out. And so this is going to be a brawl check.
It also sounds like a called shot. Yep.
Yep. Going to aim twice, so it's just the 1 setback, but I've got 7 yellow, and it's 3 red, and I have myself a boost. I'll flip to give myself a green, and I'm going to swim in and just with that big metal hand tear out its fucking eye.
So just damage-wise, how much is that?
Double check. It's 9 plus 3 is 12. And then, and this is going to be lethal damage because it really shouldn't have taken away the axe. Now I'm just mad.
All right, you see its eye gets ripped out and the bioluminescence in the eye starts to fade once it's disconnected, and you hear this this awful screeching as it's moving about. Its tentacles are all flustered. I'll say for the advantage, all of that screeching actually causes the eel to balk a bit, so it's still there, but it's going to lose the turn it had this round.
Okay. I was going to say, could I use the advantage to make it stop fighting me?
That would skew more in Triumph territory, but I'll say you still have 2 advantages left after scaring off the eel.
Okay. Then I'm going to heal strain with that.
Okay. Now partially blinded, I'm going to add 2 more setback, so it's now 4 by default. Once again, it's going to see if it can't grab you. You see a dull sheen come off its beak as it's reflecting the last light from its detached eye.
Oh, it's going to try to eat me. Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, it still can't. Yeah, it seems, even though you see the beak, it can't seem to get at you. It's using its tentacles, maybe trying to ensnare you so it can eat you. Those are going to do 10 damage, so nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But for the Triumph, I'm going to say it's keeping you at bay. It's pushing you. It pushes you back with the tentacles, doing no damage, but it's also now trying to keep its tentacles up as a shield, so you can't come in and try and rip another eye out.
It's smart. So then, in that case, since it's trying to defend itself, Rock's going to find Gorehowl. Like, he's just going to swim away from it or walk away from it.
You're going to need to do a perception check to try to find Gorehowl in the darkness.
Fuck.
This is gonna suck. So you know what? Actually, to give better light,
Rock's going to draw Rage and ignite it.
because Rage is the one with the what's the name of that crystal? Come on, dude, don't crash now.
The ingot?
It has the Barab ingot. So it's the one that burns.
Yeah.
So it's going to cast some more light. So Rock's going to activate that and use it to try to find Gorehowl.
A very fiery light emerges in the chamber, illuminating most of it as just this cascade of bubbles continuously emits from the blade. It's almost like the water is just boiling around you now.
Oh, that's so cool.
And in fact, just for igniting it, you see it looks like the octopus is a bit afraid now.
Excellent.
I can commence my search in peace. So what, or relative peace?
So the perception to find Warhowl will be
Now that there's a light in the room, it's actually just going to be easy. No setback.
excellent. Gonna flip just to make sure, because hooray!
Yes, you find it cast into a small console that looks like
Okay.
it kind of broke.
All right, so then I'm gonna pick it up, and then whichever way is the exit, I'm gonna start swimming that way.
There's one way further in that looks like the octopus is directly kind of blocking just because of its size, and then there's of course the hatch above you which you came in. So 2 exits, one that goes further in, one that leaves.
Well, I need to go further in, so I'm just gonna sort of stow Gorehowl and holding Rage in front of me, just kind of use it to try to prod or like to again approach the octopus because I can't like prod it to make it move out of the way.
All right. It is going to see if it can't make one attack of opportunity against you.
All right.
I'm going to add another setback because it's afraid. Hell, I'll add 2 more.
And it's I ripped out its eye. It can't be happy.
Yeah, so it kind of it gets for you again, but you kind of do you still have rage out even though you're not really.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so
I still do because it's a light source.
Yeah, so you
see
just
it.
gesture rage at it and it's like, "Oh hell no." And it actually scurries back to the point where actually the eel's like, "What the hell's going on?" So the eel's just kind of sitting there. You're noticing that wherever the eel swims, some of the nearby electrical things like consoles and whatnot actually seem to light up from its ambient energy.
Oh, neat. But yeah, I'm not very good with computers, so I'm just gonna try to shush the octopus away from the door.
It moves.
Excellent. Then I'm gonna wave to the Moncals, and then I'm gonna go through the door if it'll open. If not, I'll just cut it open with.
Yeah, you can easily
Range.
get it open. The Moncals pull up beside you, start swimming beside you, and they just have a look of kind of terrible awe on their face as you swim with them.
If I could smile, I would, but I can't. So, hooray! I didn't have to kill their octopus. I just blinded it partially.
Yes, they're very impressed. In fact, as you go further down the chamber, you find more Moncal that look like they were about to ambush whoever's coming down, but of course the other Moncal waved them off. And you see them holding their own light source, a rather large glowing canister. And like the eel, some of the nearby electronics also seem to be active because of it.
All right, so Rock's just gonna deignite Rage and put it away back in his arm, as they keep him because now there's an actual light source, and as far as he knows, no more octopus or octopi.
Yeah, you exchange some words, and they seem to be just as about as clued into the situation as the Moncal you originally met were. So you've all decided to probably meet up with the captain to decide your next course of action.
Mm-hmm.
And so you actually just keep going down the chamber. This is going a lot differently than it did the first time, by the way. So you come up eventually to this elevator, and they tell you that this is the direct access to the bridge, and this is the only way to get to the bridge. And it's actually rather cluttered in there. Oh, and I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. You emerge from the flooded compartment first, and then you, on dry land, approach this elevator. And
Okay, because I'm gonna wait a minute to let all the water sort of drain out of me, because I'm probably quite waterlogged. Bring out the cape and all that jazz.
all right. As you approach the elevator, the Mon Calmar you met up with kind of attached the container to a large pod thing next to it, and it lights up, suddenly having power. And they'll keep watch down here in case anything happens, in case the guard dog decides to take its revenge or anything.
It's a hell of a guard dog.
Yeah, but you can go up with the Moncal you originally met with to meet with the captain.
Okay.
Whoops, that is the wrong thing. Alright, and so you go up the elevator, and the Moncal actually arrange themselves in front of you, so they're the first thing the captain sees, since he's obviously wary of the traitors. and you meet up with him and like 4 technicians that seem to be all that's left of the bridge crew.
Yikes.
The Moncal come up, salute, and present, we present ROC-K4, a rebel operative from outside the Gata outpost. And the captain seems overjoyed to see you.
Okay. I'll give name, rank, serial number, and replay the message from Admiral Akbar. And so I've come here alone to try to figure out what's going on, and I've received a very different story from your men than from the men on the station. I'm not here alone, though I have 2 other operatives who are there with their commander, presumably keeping eyes and ears on him, so that when I return, we'll be able to sort of meet up, mesh stories, and try to make heads or tails of this. So, what the hell happened?
Well, and the captain walks over to one of the consoles and pulls up what looks like his log, and starts pointing to entries here and there. It's like, it all started a few days after we pulled the Hurricane into port. We were assessed to minor repairs and mingled amongst the outpost staff. Standard camaraderie. But then we started to notice something happen. It took a couple of days, but suddenly some of the men started acting weird. We had terrible nightmares. And it was only after perhaps another day of this that we discovered a large portion of the outpost crew had turned traitor. They were using the outpost as some sort of infernal base of some sort, perhaps to eventually hand us all over to the Empire. And when we discovered this and confronted
Commander Grau?
No, not the commander, the admiral that managed the facility before the commander. He seemed just as perplexed as we are. But when we approached the leader of the men that seemed to be acting strange, Commander Grau, that is when the coup took place.
Okay. You said acting strangely. Can you define that? Do you have footage of these men acting strangely, or what does acting weird mean?
They decommissioned almost all the droids before we showed up. Almost all the repairs were being done by hand. We found large cargo rooms where the droids had been virtually disassembled. Power cores, computer cores, all of that taken apart, and who knows what done with them. When we asked about this, we were told the droids were acting strangely, and they could not be deactivated for a memory wipe, so they were destroyed. Which was odd in and of itself, but whatever. The repairs were getting done. Perhaps they had just gotten a faulty batch, like I hear the Shadow Raptor may have gotten.
Yes. You also spoke of nightmares.
Yes, he grabs his head as he tries to remember it. I've not been suffering them lately, but when we first arrived, I had such terrible dreams about a monster that fed on something. It's all a blur now. It was only after I found this back in my cabin, and he pulled out a small stone disc with a lot of nice carvings on it. It looks like a few fish in a circle, but they also spell something out, but you can't quite recognize it. It looks like it's in some sort of native tongue. And it's only after I found this that the dream subsided and a few of my men were able to find some peace. It also seems to be, if we're around this token, a lot of the odd visions a few of the men talked about seeing also don't appear.
Rock would use his datapad to get a picture of the stone, as well as take the recording of what the captain is saying. And he'll sort of ask the other technicians or who's left about these nightmares, as well as record those as well. Do you have any recordings or anything from when the coup began?
No. Personally, no. A lot of our security systems were on lockdown for the repairs when that occurred. There might be some on the station, though, if the coup have taken control of the bridge, as you say they seem to have, they probably deleted them.
Okay. Well, this has been incredibly informative, and I I need to return to my friends. Um, thank you so much. Hold the fort here. Actually, wait. They have technicians. You want to ask them if they could heal what their guard dog did? Not important right now. Um, hold the fort here. I'm going to see what I can do. You're certain it was Commander Grau that you spoke to, when that's when the coup began, when you brought these concerns to him.
It's odd. It began when I confronted him, but I can't
Okay.
say he was the leader.
Well, he's leading now,
Hmm.
so it's safe to assume that he's the one behind this coup.
You may have seen more of what's going on out there than I have, but all I know is that I was with Commander Grau when it began. He gave no orders.
It just began when you confronted him.
Yes, across the station. It looked like it was coordinated, but I saw no hint that Commander Grau was issuing orders when I was with him.
Okay, stay here. Remain on high alert. I think I have an idea what's going on. I need to go right now, though.
By
And
all
so
means.
I'm going to hurriedly get back through there, shush away the guard dog with with rage, and get back to the quarantine zone as quickly as possible. And then I'm going to make a cool check to make sure that I appear that nothing is wrong.
Let me save you the trouble.
Okay.
You come out into the quarantine zone, all of their guns are drawn, and they immediately start to fire.
Oh, well, now they just have to die. So I'm assuming they get a surprise round on me.
Yes.
All right. And I have no way. I have no way to send communications. Fuck. Okay. Well,
2 range defense or any?
just one range defense.
Okay. And, geez, you're short range from them when you open the door. They make sure they're trying to get point blank on you.
Oh, I figured. Oh, that's a lot of. That's a lot of.
That's 18 damage.
Cool. So I'm gonna take 6. That's fine. Still
Geez, they still can't. I still can't roll advantage today. So
That's
1 threat. I don't know how you can use that.
I have quick draw, so it's just going. I don't know how to use that threat either. I don't know what I can use it for. But I'm just
They see how little damage you take, and they'll take strain.
Okay, that works for me. Because, yep, I'm thinking there's definitely probably a force. Commander Grau's probably using the force, or there's a force user who's sort of puppet mastering all of this. And so, drawing Gorehowl and charging the goobers, taking 3 strain for frenzied blows. I'm sorry, Ben and Nick, that I kind of went to do this alone, but this is how Rock would have wanted to do this, especially with the whole guard dog thingy. But rest assured, there will be more fun ahead. I'm sorry. So adversary defenses.
1 range defense and adversary 1. That's it.
Oh, 1 melee defense.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, should I kill them if they're being mind controlled? No, so I'll be using stunning blow again. Cotton. Oh, jeez. So that's going to be 19 stun damage or strain damage. I have 5 advantages. Just to use 3 of them for strain, and send a setback to any if there are any still standing.
All right. I'm sorry. You got the setback. I got that much, but how much damage?
19.
19. Okay, that... Okay, you knock out 2 of them, and you slam
Okay.
one outside the head so hard he looks pretty much on the verge of passing out.
Okay. Do any sort of warning klaxons, anything like that start going off?
Nope.
Okay.
Alright, as you charge into one group, the other group pulls out some vibro knives and charges into the melee, which I'm sure is going to go great for them.
It's so cute when they try.
Alright, so 2 difficulty, 2 melee defense.
Yep, 2 melee defense.
Okay. I'm going to flip 2. Okay, they do... I know it doesn't affect you, but I'm going to say the weapon quality anyway. 11 damage, pierce 3.
So nothing gets through. They just kind of stab, and it's like stabbing a metal plate, or them stabbing a ship.
Ping, 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 ping. Hear that
Yep.
a lot.
Yep. So Rock's gonna take 3 strain. He's gonna swing again. He'll use his free maneuver.
Oh wait, I'm
and-
sorry. This isn't a new round yet. This is
Oh,
the,
my bad.
you're facing 2 groups. One of them got the surprise round. You got to respond, and the other group came in. So now we're gonna roll.
Okay.
So now we're gonna roll initiative.
Okay, now we get initiative. My bad. And
Okay, you get to go first. So whatever you were doing before.
yep. Adversary 1. So let me just attack on that 3 strain. Swing in with the blunt side. And shot. Holy moly. So that's going to be 17 damage. 4 advance. 17 damage, 4 advantages, 2 triumphs, and despair.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you knocked one group entirely out.
Mhm.
For the 2 triumphs, I can have the
My
other
only
group.
thought is-
do you want them to run? Because they'll run if you want.
No, I don't want them to run. I was thinking 2 triumphs to knock out the other group. Well, 2 triumphs and all of the advantage to knock out the other group.
Okay, yeah, all right, fine. Yeah, it's like you knock out the people shooting at you, and the other people turn. It's like, and in their moment of indecision, you just swing Gorhal around in one foul swoop and just smack them all outside the head.
Yep.
Helmets crack, they fall down.
Then,
That's the end of that.
that's the end of that. Then it's going to be Rock. He's not even going to bother with subtlety anymore because he knows these guys are on the up and up. So then he's just going to bolt directly to the command bridge, ignoring everything else.
Okay, so we'll deal with that in just a second.
Mhm.
Let me go ahead and take your token with me. We're going to actually go back to the bridge now.
Since it's a new encounter, I'm going to use Second Wind to heal 6 strain again.
And
I had 8 damage.
as Rock returns, and he's not here yet, you're still going through the hallway, and we're going to deal with the consequences of that in just a second. Let me just switch out your token, get rid of your clone.
Oh, okay.
Ferret and Zashak, you notice a very loud tum as the bulkhead to the bridge closes shut, and the blast doors seal over that. You do not see anyone seem to change expression. They don't even seem to react to it.
Okay. Is this right now or
Yeah,
in the past?
this is happening right now. Rock is still on his way, but you haven't heard from him, and it just seems like the bridge is locking down.
Can Zashak, like mechanically, can I do a like bodyguard ferret?
Yeah. So you're just taking a defensive posture. You're not going to inquire about this at all.
It depends on what's been happening in the meantime.
You haven't seen any change in the bridge since Rock left. The technicians that even brought you here seem to not have been dispatched anywhere else. They just are starting to tinker with consoles.
Well, in the intervening time, Farrah would have asked to investigate like comm logs and things like that.
Sure. Yeah, the commander even gives you his password so you can search with his clearance. Go ahead and give me an average computers check. Upgrade it twice.
Hmm. Hmm.
All right, you see a bunch of standard comm chatter. It looks like they didn't log any other communications after they put the jamming in place. But you see standard operating traffic of, Hurricane now docking, servicing Hurricane, moving F-17 to F-12. A lot of common ship designations and a lot of standard shipyard traffic. You don't seem to get much of anything from the comm logs.
Well, I'll just tell you specifically what he's looking for. It's just like what went out before the jam, specifically in the time frame of when the jam went up, as compared to when the hurricane came in.
It looks like it's all standard. Before the hurricane showed up, after the hurricane showed up, it was all business as usual until about 2 days after the hurricane showed up, when suddenly the comms stopped being logged.
And there were no interruptions.
Nope.
Well, that's all he really needed to know.
All right. So, Rock is running through. It seems like every person you're walking by is at least trying to hit you as you're running through here. Go ahead and roll me a formidable athletics check to avoid, for moving so fast, no one will actually be able to hit you with anything.
Okay. So that's actually not 5 minutes.
So, I'm sorry, I did flip. So, 1 red, 4 purple.
Okay. Sure, why not?
Okay. Go ahead and take 3 strain for the long run. But yeah, since you're just blowing past a bunch of mechanics and marines, some of them take pot shots at you. Others try to throw like welding torches at you, and you just blow past them all. And then you come up to a large blast door closed bulkhead.
Oh, it's cute. They think this is going to stop me. Pull out, pull out Rage again. And I'm just going to start cutting through.
It's a bit too thick for that. Like, feet-wise, if you stab it with Rage, the blade actually isn't going to be able to come out the other end.
Oh, that's fine. I'm just going to start carving out a huge chunk until I can keep moving.
Okay, on Ferret and Zashak's side, you start to see the mechanics start to move towards the door as part of it starts to glow red. Commander seems visibly agitated and says, "The incursion, they've gotten back. They've come back. They must have taken our welding torches. Reinforce the door." And you see the mechanics starting to actually grab plates from other parts of the bridge and just line them up against the blast door.
Are there any security consoles up here?
There are a lot of consoles. I don't know. Roll me, I guess in all this haste, a hard perception check to find, actually with 2 setback because of the timing, to find a security console. You find one. Oddly enough, that it was a console not attended by anyone back when the situation was normal.
Huh. That infiltrator looks pretty familiar. Is something wrong, Commander? At this point, Farrah already has his rifle kind of down.
If you point out that it's Rock trying to get through the door, he'll say, "Wait, that droid has a lightsaber? What? Why didn't you tell me he had that?"
It's a welding torch.
Okay. That's gonna be a deception.
He's not even trying to deceive him. He's just joking.
Oh, okay. Then he's like, then they must have obviously reprogrammed him. I was wondering why you let a droid go in there alone.
I was wondering that too. Apparently, he outranks me, so I don't know.
The audacity of that commander.
Okay, both Ferret and Zashak, go ahead and roll me 2 purple, 3 red discipline check.
Oh, good. I do so good with these.
It's like a fear check at all?
No.
That's the spirit.
No, it's not fear.
I don't think it's even worth me wasting a destiny point on. I only have 2 yellow.
Try it, man. You never know. You can do it. I believe in you.
Solidarity.
The solidarity of
2
destiny.
2 red, 3 purple?
Yes. I know, 3 red, 2 purple.
Oh.
Oh, well, I mean, if we can assist each other, then you can have 3 ranks. So,
No. This is personal.
Oh, really?
okay.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Oh,
If those guys.
Now it's personal?
There we go.
Check.
Ah, nut bunnies.
Zashak takes 4 points of strain damage, no soak. Ferret, actually, you feel this tingling in your head, and it reminds you of a time you dealt with the Inquisitorius, back when you were still serving the Empire. You're feeling the twinge of something trying to lay its fingers into your mind. And Zashak, you're dealt with you get a very vivid vision of the same lightsaber Rock is holding, being put under you as if burning you at the stake and setting you on fire. And it even takes you a moment as it feels like that green flame is flaring up for a brief moment as the lightsaber burns you.
Great. And the despair?
I'd say the despair is you don't think Rock is your enemy, nor are you afraid of Rock, but you are deathly afraid of the blade he is carrying.
So, I mean, Barrett's already has his rifle basically trained on the guy. I'm going to ask you again. Is there something wrong, Commander?
Your droid is storming the bridge. What do you think?
You want me to do something about it?
Do something about the droid, yes.
Don, I was hoping you would just say yes, and then the Ferret could shoot him and say it's no longer your bridge.
Yeah, I think if he...
No.
Yeah, given that would have remind... Actually, no, he's just going to fucking shoot him.
All right.
That would if he really did harken back to feelings around the Inquisitors, then yeah, he would just be like, nope.
All right. Go ahead and give me... It's basically a roll for damage. How far are you standing away from him? Short, medium? I'll let you choose.
Probably short. He probably kind of came a bit closer as the door started.
All right. It's just two adversary, 1 defense. Just a standard shtick. I'm going to flip because I'll give you some light side. Other than that, that's it.
Okay. I'll flip as well.
The
He was already...
parts of the blast door are starting to melt and disintegrate around Rog as he gets closer and closer. But the mechanics are still putting like large plates up against the door to block his entry.
Yeah. And after kind of seeing through that, he already had kind of leveled the rifle at him, kind of steadying it on his arm. So I'm guessing that's kind of like just an aim already. And, yeah. So that would be... Why is that in there? That will be 20, Pierce 1.
Dead. Headshot.
Yeah, basically, as soon as he had that feeling, he was just like, yep, this guy is not, he's a no-go.
Let's see here. For the Triumph, The mechanics look back at Ferret and stop their work, meaning Rock's cutting gets more progress. However, Ferret, you still feel that sensation in the corners of your mind.
Hmm.
And you look at the commander. He is stone dead. Stone cold dead.
Hmm.
No, not Steve Austin dead. That's one more level of dead. That's almost
Yeah,
undead.
So all the technicians are just standing there?
A bit, yes. They're kind of just looking at Ferret. Not mad, not shocked, just looking at you.
Okay. So, I guess he's gonna just look at the technicians and say that that commander was an undercover agent, most likely. I'll need you all to submit for a, or I don't know, just submit for the moment while we get things straightened out.
They
So
all
get that door
shake their
open.
heads in unison and say, "You're going to have to kill us all."
No.
They rush you. And start to... You have a split second to do something to counteract this, or otherwise they're attacking.
I mean, not much to do to counteract them running at me, other than try to open the door.
Are you going
Leadership.
Are you going to shoot them?
I mean, he could very easily.
Okay. If you're going to try and stop them, you have a moment to try, but otherwise they're going to be rolling attacks.
I mean, he's gonna try to get the door open.
Okay, how? You now
Well,
have
assuming there's some way to shut the door down from in here, he's gonna. I mean, he found the security console, which would probably have some governance over bulkheads and things like that.
Yeah, you can open the door now, but the plates are now still in the way. The plates they've been putting up.
Sure, that's Rock's problem.
Okay, so from Rock's perspective, the doors slide open, but now there appears to be like a wall of plates kind of in front of you. Metal plates, not plates.
Keep cutting.
Yeah, look, you can easily. That's starting to give a lot more way than the blast doors. But for Ferret, these guys are going to be able. These guys are attacking you. Any melee defense?
Is that the Shark's bodyguard? Plus one dodge.
Ah,
Two
yes. How much is the Shock's bodyguard helping him?
2 upgrades.
Okay,
So it's 3 upgrades total.
3 upgrades. So that's going to be a red and a purple. I'm going to flip for them. And no melee defense like armor.
No.
Okay. Holy shit. So Shock is able to like wave them all, is like, you know, you're just right in the middle of the melee. You are just punching and swirling and ducking and moving and shucking, and they are not able to land a single hit on you. However, while some of them are keeping you busy, I'm going to say a group gets back to the security console and re-engages the blast doors.
Wait, so that thing's going to come down on top of Rock, isn't it?
It is, but you can hear it coming a mile away. It's not meant to be subtle. You can easily step back.
How much progress have I made on the steel wall?
You actually were starting to see parts of it melt away and see the ongoing melee before the blast door shut again. It seemed like
Damn.
if that round was able to conclusively end, you would have been in the room.
All right, then.
I'm going to put a more decided effort into getting in there.
All right, go ahead and
so-
roll me.
I'm going to draw retribution as well and just start really going at it.
Okay, roll me a daunting lightsaber check. I'm going to upgrade it once for the flip.
So daunting would be
4
1 red, 4 purple.
1 red, 3 purple.
3 purple. Okay. Gonna flip. Make that 2. Booyah.
All right, they're still getting through. Yeah, the last piece of the blast door starts to just glow a white hot and fall away. And it's still a bit of a small hole, but if you gave a good leap through, you could probably get in the bridge right now.
All right. Then I'm going to place my very large boot put my very large boot into this thing. And kick open a large enough hole for me to enter.
And then, while screaming, "Oh yeah," bust into the room.
Oh yeah.
All right.
I'm also going to yell, Sith brain juju bad, before putting the lightsabers away and drawing Gore Howl.
Okay. So the melee is still going on. The technicians, while hoping to stop Rock, don't seem to care that he's arrived.
Oh.
So what are you going to do?
I'm just going to start cracking skulls.
All right. Just
non-lethally, of course.
So 1 maneuver to move in. I'm getting Rocker out to do, but hey, why not? 1 maneuver to move in, and then it's just going to be 1 adversary, actually no melee defense, just 1 adversary.
Okay. 3 strain for frenzied blows, and I'm not going to use my reroll. So that's going to be 17 strain damage.
That takes out 2 whole groups of the technicians.
Cool. Just going to keep swinging away like that. I'll just use the advantage to heal strain.
Okay. Ferret, the shock, what are you doing? You're apparently dodging this like freaking Bruce Lee, but how are you going to react to this 3 more technicians trying to pummel you?
I mean, we're just gonna stun him.
All right.
Does the shock do it? Since we're engaged with him already.
Yeah, I'll see if I can. I'll use 1 maneuver to aim.
All right. It's just going to be the 1 adversary. That's it. Oh.
Let's see. Yeah, I'll put those 2 light side hits towards success. So that's 10 damage. No pierce.
10 damage. That takes 2 of them out. 1 guy left.
All right. I'll use the last 2 advantage to recover the strain. To recover 2 strain.
All right. Ferret. 1 guy left.
I want to shoot him with the shock in melee, because if I miss, that's really bad news for you.
And you're in still, unless you take a step out, you're still in melee, so...
That's easy enough, but...
Take the risk. Where's the fun in life if you don't?
Actually, we're just going to do this instead. 1 second. These 2, this 1, I think this is accurate 1 as well. And it only increases by 1. Do they have any defenses?
No, just the 1 adversary.
Okay. Ferret's gonna drop his rifle from the sling and quickly draw his pistol from point blank and just stun bolt one of them in the gut, hopefully. Wow, he doesn't.
You actually hear the ship shudder a bit, as if something has been fired. Like a very low rumble echoes about the bridge for a moment. That doesn't cost you all that advantage, though. I say it costs like 2. Unless you want more information about that shuddering.
I mean, yeah, probably.
It sounds like one of the grappling hooks has been fired.
Hmm.
Say that cost you 4.
All right. Just get strained for the other two, I guess.
All right. The technician. Let's see if he can pathetically wail his arms at you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the shock re-upped the
Oh, yeah, I
or
guess
not.
that is a question, isn't it? He does 6 damage.
Okay, that's fine. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah, he's strong, but doesn't have anything but his fists. All right, narratively, you guys take him out. Let's not even bother with how pathetically he's going to deal with these rolls. So you now have but the bridge.
Okay.
Well, that was strange.
Yeah. Apparently, the Mon Calamari crew, they're still alive. There's not much of them left. But according to them, I'll go through, I'll play back the captain talking about the nightmares and show them the image of the little fish disc thing. And say this really only points to one thing. There is some dark force user here on this ship. And if I thought it was him and point to Commander Grau, who is now dead on the floor, clearly it's not him. And that's when Rock will kind of look to Zashak and say, I have no way of finding this guy, this thing. Because, tap, tap. The force don't work on me, but if you find him, I'll deal with him.
As a shocker, he's clearly rattled by what he saw. He goes, I can't find anyone. All I feel is darkness.
Shit.
Well, take a second to calm down, see if you can find out where it's coming from.
Yeah.
Fred's going to go over and quickly inspect the body of the commander, kind of see what he can get off of him, and then head over to the consoles and the viewports to look outside and see what the meaning of that grappling hook shot was.
You see one of the turrets on the far end of the ship has fired at something towards the aft end. You can't see where because it's just not facing the right way. As for what's on the captain, not much. A blaster, no personal effects. Just
Rock will sort of inspect the body because he's read some of the reports from some of the other strange dark force happenings that there might be ritualistic scarring or anything like that.
nothing of the sort. It appears the commander is crisp and clean, aside from the giant hole in his head.
It's just good. Oh, this isn't good. This ship is huge, and we don't have nearly. Well, at least let's try to get the jamming signal down.
Yep.
We can do that.
Right now,
With-
priority is securing the station, and if we can get the jammings down, it's clear that whatever is extending this, if I'm assuming. Wait. You got this from the crew of the.
The Moncal
Yeah.
ship. Yeah,
So they're all accounted for?
they're all accounted for.
All right. That means there's some kind of limit to this. Probably something of a distance. If you can't access, or whatever is causing this can't get to them, then it's probably isolated just to this station.
Okay.
Probably might require some kind of preparation, given that Zashak and I weren't affected, even though we spent some time here.
Did anything weird happen, while you were waiting here, except for when I started cutting through the blast door?
Not that we noticed.
Okay.
The shock might say differently.
It's spooky stuff. real spooked. So Shot's getting real sick of shit going through his mind.
It's okay. It's okay.
Is it?
Nothing
Is it okay?
nothing's going to get to you unless it goes through me. And I am made of sterner stuff. You're squishy. I'm not.
All right. Well, for now, let's focus on the realities. We know that everything on this station right now is probably compromised. And something just engaged a grappling hook. Can't exactly see where it went to, but we should probably see about disengaging that and figuring out exactly how to secure things. First thing, taking down the jamming, get a signal out, and then we'll head down and try to disengage the grappling hook.
Okay. Hold on. Cords are wrapped around something. For the jamming, you go over to one of the consoles and notice that the jamming has been put on behind a... what the hell? It's launched in a wheel. Okay. The jamming control is firewalled. You try the codes the captain gave you, and it looks like they don't work. They've been put on another code. So you're going to have to hack it.
Oh boy, this is gonna be fun! Who's the smarty pants?
It's the Trandoshan.
I have 4 intellect, but I don't have anything in computers.
That's fine.
Rock is a computer. He can give you unskilled assistance.
Hey.
You can tell that the technicians, aren't, are skilled, but not they're not professional slicers. So it's
They're not R2.
going to be 2 purple, 2 red. I'll flip.
Shit.
3 red, 1 purple.
Believe.
Oh
See,
shit!
Wow.
you just gotta believe. You
All
can do
right,
it.
so
Yeah, you said believe on that fear check too.
you
I-
find out the password. You actually turns out to be no, I'm not that cheesy. You're able to take down the jamming, and you immediately get 2 signals. One from the Hurricane. It looks like a distress signal being sent by Captain Moticon, non-Cow Captain. And another from Pippa. She's been trying to contact you.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Pippa
what is
report.
Pippa saying?
Alert. Grappled to ship. Borders.
Oh.
Outside airlock. Countermeasures failing.
Oh, well. 2 guesses as to where our little Dark Force user is.
All right. Start heading that way. I'm going to get a call into the cap. Fred's going to key back over to Moticon's line and say, this is the Alliance recon team. The station is compromised. We're securing it now. The bridge crew has been neutralized, and we are working on getting the grappling under control. Stand by. I think Rock is going to turn back, I guess. Did you clear the blockade?
He cleared part of it and then ran through the rest.
Yeah. Once I figured out that it was Dark Force Juju, it was getting to you guys was priority 1.
Okay.
I dealt with the people right outside the quarantine, but other than that, it was just hauling ass.
Right. Opposing forces at the station entrance has been weakened, but recommend you stay put. We'll contact you with further instructions.
Okay. Roger that, rebel team. Scouting team.
So Rock is going to haul ass towards the Pippa's pylon.
All right. You're actually coming across a lot of closed doors. Like, you're seeing sabotage panels to disconnect them.
Okay, out comes Rage and Retribution.
All
Start
right.
cutting through doors.
You're cutting through doors one by one, but it is taking time each time. And in fact, after you cut through like what feels like the 4th bulkhead, you suddenly come across a group of Marines that have taken cover, laying in wait for you.
Okay.
And you're still like it feels like you're still far away from the pylon.
Kind
Wait,
of keep
Jack,
back. Yeah.
Jack, how afraid of am I of rage?
Like, you're afraid rage is going to kill you.
Should I make a discipline check?
In fact, yeah, you should. I'd say, let's see, what did you roll? It was failure and
Really
a despair. I'd say daunting.
Shit.
Believe you can do it.
Oh, and you also take 4 strain because of the concentration you took to hack the terminal.
Oh, that's not good. All right. Well,
I believe in you, I believe in you, Nick.
It
Damn it.
was a really bad choice on your part. I don't know. What do you think happens?
Well, you certainly have a reaction to rage being brought out. Like, you're not sure of rock, but you know rage is death. So would Zashak flee? Would he try and make rock give rage up?
I guess he would kind of start to cower, and he'd say he'd start hissing to put it away.
All right. So Rock will put rage away, keep retribution out. Because he still has to cut through doors. But now he has to cut through people. He doesn't like doing that. But they're in his way. He can't get to the door.
And you now are all certain that these are probably loyal rebel personnel, just mind controlled. So,
Are all of the doors that have been sealed, are they like the same bulkhead doors that lead to the bridge?
no, that one is definitely made of sterner stuff.
Okay.
You can
Then
cut through these with your lightsabers pretty easily. But it's still going to take some time.
Okay. So Rock's going to put retribution away, and he's going to draw Gorehowl, and he's going to try to knock these guys out.
All right. They're short range from you against cover. They'd probably end up losing their initiative. In fact, let's go ahead and roll initiative. You're going to be moving and probably dealing with several different NPCs, but I'm going to keep my roll static.
Okay.
Just for the sake of expedience.
Oh, that was actually not strain recovery, but so we didn't actually roll that.
Oh, yeah, you guys probably could have recovered strain from waiting up on the bridge.
Jesus Christ.
2 auto successes. Holy shit. Rapid reactions.
That must be something to do with the mind control. The captain had it, and then those other guys had it when they were attacking.
Yeah.
I mean, that's metagaming, guys. Stop it.
Well,
These people seem especially coordinated for being unable to talk to one another.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
At the very least,
Sounds
then, it's good that I broke the tie, so that I'll be able to go first.
Yep.
So it's going to be rush in, blunt side, or not blunt side, but not murder side. Frenzied blows. And then adversary 1.
No. These guys are adversary 2. I'm using the wrong tokens just for the sake of keeping this thing at a good pace.
Okay. Any defense?
You know what? One melee defense.
Okay.
I actually forgot I did have a marine token on this thing, so let me just go ahead and switch that out.
Okay. Here's the hit. That's going to be 19 strain damage. And 3 advantage in the triumph.
How much strain damage?
19.
Okay. 19 strain damage. Alright, you take 2 of them out immediately with just what you do.
Mm-hmm.
And then crit, you take out another one if you want.
Yeah, I'll be critting with the triumph using the 3 advantages strain recovery.
Alright. what do you want to do with the advantages? Just strain recovery?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Sorry.
Mhm.
Mental
worries.
lapse. Anyway, okay, so the other group, I assume both NPCs can go now?
Yes, both of them will be going.
Okay, the first group is going to take their free maneuver to back out of... Actually, they have to take 2 free maneuvers to back out of engaged, and then they're going to actually shoot down the hall at Ferret.
Okay. Gonna dodge.
Range defense?
Nope.
Okay. Okay, so they hit you for 15 damage. 2 triumphs, jeez. For 2 triumphs, both Sashak and Ferret need to make that discipline roll again. 2 purple, 3 red. Okay, you can't take that as strain. Ferret sees a vision coalesce in his mind of a dark-haired man, kind of wiry in stature, but tall. And he's dressed in kind of a perverted robe made out of very torn-up clothing. And you get just this chill down your spine as he just seems to ooze that imperial upper crust that sent so many of your friends to die. And you feel an intense sense of hatred and dread take place in your heart. You feel like you can't go any further. If you get any closer to this madness, this depravity, it's going to eat away at your very soul. Now for Zashak, you get that same vision, but now Rock is holding rage as it's being driven into you. So go ahead and take... I forgot I had to do that other roll. 6 points of strain. If that gets you over your threshold, you're paralyzed with fear of Rock. Okay. And as that happens to your allies, Rock, the Marines turn and yell at you in kind of this hoarse voice that you don't quite recognize, but seems to cue up some old memory files. You shouldn't have come here. And they all speak that to you in unison.
I shouldn't have come. God damn it.
Alright. The other group, actually you engaged with that group, I moved the wrong group. They moved over here to disengage with you. The other group is now going to shoot at you. Any ranged defenses? Rock?
Just 1 range defense.
Okay. Going to flip to see if I can get this destiny flowing. Okay, they hit you for 14 damage.
2 does get through.
Okay. Alright, they can't crit. They're going to... They're going to take... They're going to take cover.
Okay.
Alright. Ferret, I guess, since the shock is...
Just gonna strain his maneuver to do this. It's going to funnel all that into the shark. This ferret comes up behind him, hits him on the shoulder. It just says, "We've got our target. Just got a little bit more, and you can recover force drain. Should get you back." And yes, which one was Rock hitting? This one?
Yeah, the group at the bottom.
Okay. I guess he'll look at the other one and tiny bit more strain, and he will. Well, tiny bit more strain to aim. Do they have any defenses?
1 range defense, and
Okay.
adversary 2.
Okay. And he's going to do that. So that'll be 20. Pierce 1.
And that was at the already injured group.
No.
Okay, that was at the free group. Okay, 20 pierce 1. You take out 3 of them. Still 2 left.
Okay. This will crit to just take out another one.
Oh, you know what? I miscounted. There are actually 4 of them. Yeah, with that crit, you take all of them out.
Okay.
All right. The other group still has. Okay, that makes sense. All right. All right. Top of the round. Oh wait, nope. The shot can go now.
Do I still get my free maneuver from the triumph?
Yes, since you're not incapacitated.
Okay. Yeah, I still don't know what. I would bodyguard you, but I don't have. I guess I have enough strain.
It's okay. You don't have to.
Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense for me to go fight next to Rock because I'm terrified of him. So yeah, I'll just I'll bodyguard Ferret.
All right. Top of the round then with Rock, or I mean
Okay.
anyone.
Yeah, so Rock will just finish off this group. Swinging with the blunt end of Gorehowl again.
All right. Adversary 2, 1 melee defense.
Taking 3 more strain. Just for that nice 7 yellow. So that's going to be 17 strain damage. I keep forgetting to add the superior thing. The superior advantage. So I'm going to heal my 5 strain.
And despair. All right. All right. I'm putting that despair over here. With the 17, there's 1 guy left. One NPC's out. The other NPC, yeah, he's gonna try and shoot at Rock.
Okay.
Still engaged, so that's actually gonna make it a bit more of a panicked hit. All right, he still hits, but that's just for 10 damage.
All right. Pings off.
All right. I'm going to say it actually pings off and hits the next panel, causing the doors to shut, if it wasn't already shut.
Grrr!
All right.
Yes.
Finish off this guy.
Okie dokie. Wait, did Rock not fetch him off?
There was 1 guy left. That was the 1 guy who shot him.
Oh, okay. So he already disengaged?
No, he was engaged. That's why the roll was so hard. So he was firing a heavy blaster in engaged range.
Okay. Well, hopefully we don't hit Rock.
I'm going to flip to upgrade.
That's all right, 'cause that won't even add another red. I'll
Aw.
just make it.
Oh well. I try.
And boop. There we go. That's 20.
Alright, yeah, that's now he's dead.
I'll cover 2 strain.
Alright, now remember the NPC slots, they're currently unclaimed, but they're still going to be there, just so I don't have to keep rolling new initiative and we all don't have to keep doing the same thing over and over again. Alright, so they're dead. The next door is closed. Does Rock pull out his lightsabers to cut it down?
Rock will pull out Retribution and cut it down.
Well, did the commander not have any kind of like security credentials we could use to just get through the doors?
Well,
Didn't
no,
have, like, a
they're
key
not.
code or anything?
It's not because they're not ordered to be shut. They've been sabotaged. They've been forced shut. Like you can tell, the door opening panels have been blasted on both ends of the door.
I see.
All right. So once you bring out Retribution and cut open the next door, you come down to a long hallway, which again has been set up with a lot of makeshift defenses. And however, as you come in, for a split second, the doors on the far end, which lead to the docking pylon to the Sunflare, are open, and Rock see Rage's owner by the bulkhead into the Sunflare.
Wait, but he was arrested.
By
I
the
gave him a
rebels.
Okay. All right. This makes lots of sense. Now I know. Don't just club Sith, kill Sith. Got it. All right. This guy's gonna get everything that's coming to him and so much more.
If you can get to him in time.
Rock is going to see. This is why I wish I had 100 XP just sitting on Rock, because for the longest time I did, to throw into piloting planetary, because Rock has rocket boots now, but he doesn't have any skill and only 1 green.
Okay. Crunch time. I'm going to roll one more initiative for this next group, but then that'll be it, and we can keep going.
Okay.
We can't see wherever you moved us, by the
Oh,
way.
sorry. I know that's still in Fog of War. Like, this is the door you saw that was open. The far end.
Okay.
Right here. It's about medium range from where you are to where the door is.
Okay. So, I think they're. Yeah, they're gonna get to go first.
All right. One of the groups in short, these two guys by the open door, are going to fire on Rock.
That's fine, because I know how to clear through this really quickly.
All right. 13 damage.
Okay. Rock takes 1.
They're going to crit. So it's going to be plus 10 since you still have the crit from the octopus.
Mm-hmm.
Where did I
70.
put that thing? Jeez, why did I fling that all the way over here? 70 scattered senses. Remove all boosts until the end of the encounter.
That's fine. So this is really gonna suck for us, but I'm gonna flip 2, and then I'm going to make an average resilience check, and I'm going to use Last Man Standing.
I'll just double check my
I'm
resilience.
going to upgrade the difficulty of that, if nothing else.
Okay. So it's gonna have 1 red and a purple, not 2 red.
Alright, so take 4 strain, but suddenly Let the Bodies Hit the Floor gets queued up on the music track, and
Yep.
Rock just runs through the place. Ping,
And
ping,
so-
ping.
And so Rock will be standing at the door.
It
He's
has
going to-
it has also been sabotaged.
That's fine. He's going to sling Gorehell. He's going to draw Rage and Retribution. And he's going to start cutting through that door.
Alright. Roll me a force die.
Oh, this never ends well for me. Oh, then it does.
Okay. So, you cut open the door to the docking pylon, and you see one more assortment of Marines standing between you and Jeez, I forgot I keep all this on the wrong layer. Let's see. Okay. Moving you in. Oh, geez, I moved you to the wrong layer now, too. You're out of phase. Alright, you see, on the far end of the corridor, Count Diomon, standing by the
Okay.
bulkhead as a couple of technicians continue to work on getting the Sunflare open. The airlock appears to already be slightly ajar. You keep getting panicked signals from Pippa telling you that her countermeasures are continuing to fail.
That's fine. How far away is he from us?
He is medium.
Excellent. But I've already gone, so I can't go.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going by the order, then it's 2 NPCs. But
Alright, then actually... Yep. Ferret, Zashak, what are your disciplines? Discipline
3
dice
red.
rolls.
2 yellow.
Okay, I'll go with 3 red then.
and I'll flip against it.
Okay. Ah. Okay. So that's interesting. All right. Ferret, take 2 strain, ignoring soak.
Okay.
You feel like you're suddenly remembering some faces from back in your days with the Empire. You remember old friends, but you suddenly find you can't remember their names. Their faces also seem to be kind of a blur. Meanwhile, Diomon is looking at Rock, and he is smiling, but you can tell his eyes are just glowering at you.
Oh, I'm staring right back.
It's been a long time, droid.
Oh, but not long enough, apparently. You couldn't just stay in a little box and left everyone alone. No, see, when I spared your life all that time ago, I gave you a great mercy. You will not be extended that same mercy again.
I'd like to see you try. I've become so much more than what I was back in the Caesarian League.
Oh, you say that like it actually means anything to me.
I guess I'll just see just how willing you are to slaughter all of these pretty little rebels before you can get your chance at revenge.
Oh, this isn't revenge, Diomon. No, this is correcting a mistake I made.
Well, regardless, we'll see just how able you are to correct it.
Woohoo! All right, so I think you still have 1 NPC left.
Alright, the rebel technicians are going to see if they can't work against Pippa.
I'm just curious as to how he got all the way out here.
Maybe that's something you can look around for.
I'll be sure to pick his brain. Once this is all said and done.
Let's see. I think this would be appropriate. The airlock slides open.
Madre de Dios.
Diomon looks at the open sunflare, then looks back at you and smiles as it looks like he's taking a couple of steps in.
If only I could go.
Alright, but that is the end of those NPCs initiative.
Yep.
Just tag the rest of these guys in at the end of the round, by the way. Let's not even waste time rolling for them.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So 3 more NPC slots at the end.
I have several options, but none that could like stop him immediately. Unless I could just kill him, but
Go ahead. You shoot him up.
I could try. What are his defenses?
Adversary 3, no defense. Like you see him wearing like
Okay.
tattered prison outfit, along with some other long, looks like stripped garb to kind of make a pseudo robe.
We'll try then. Let's see what happens. Interesting. Well, anyway, I guess yeah. Seferet comes up and pulls his rifle into the crook of his arm, kind of taking aim past the rebels in front of him. Kind of like shoots a shot over Rock's shoulder almost, and for 19 pierce 1.
All right, you see the blaster bolt hit Diomon, but nothing happens. Except a split second later, one of the rebel guards next to you screams out in pain, and you look to see that he has a large scorch mark on his shoulder, right where you hit Diomon. He actually falls dead.
That's right. Damn you, Diomon.
What?
This is his thing. He's able to make a bond with like another person, and whenever he would take damage, it's transferred to that guy.
This is actually a lot different from what you remember. He was doing that, like he was having damage by passing it on to his personal apprentice. He like, you're wondering what sort of tie he has to just these rebels, and the fact that he was able to completely avoid taking any damage.
Yep. That's not good. How well secured down can you guys be to like the floor? Like, could Zashak and Ferret secure themselves to the floor if I were to say, put Diomon through one of these windows and just into the vacuum of space?
It's something there's not a lot really in here they can grab onto. So it would have to be a pure athletics check, and it would probably be pretty hard.
How close are Ferret and I to like the hallway we just came from?
I'd just say he's probably just standing in the doorway right now.
Would I be able to grab him and get me and him through it and then close the door? I do have the triumph for
the door has been cut open by Rock.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's right.
How far can I get me and Ferret?
Well, the problem is all of these doors have been cut open by Rock. If you vent here, you're probably going to be venting a good portion of the station. It would take a while, but you'd be venting it.
The farther we get away, the more time we had to grab onto stuff.
Well, let's see. This was medium range from the other door you came in from. So but then it's like short range to another door. You can get as far back as you can get with your maneuvers. So, but I don't think that's going to give you time and maybe make the check a bit easier as you'll have more stuff to grab onto. But you're still going to be in the danger zone.
Yeah,
Well,
and
getting out of ourselves, we still have like 5 advantages in a triumph unaccounted for.
You do. Yeah. I would say you fire a second shot, and you actually land it in the sun flare. And the airlock doesn't close, but perhaps there's a bit of sparking. I think the lights inside the sun flare go out. Pippa stops calling you.
Oh. I think you shot Pippa.
Or a power conduit, who knows?
Or a power, yeah.
As for the 5 advantage, feel free to pitch me something.
Strain's always good.
Yeah, I'll probably just take strain back.
Okay. So if Rock talks about opening the airlock,
Well, Rock isn't talking about it. I'm just sort of talking about it openly, trying to see, because just wailing on Diomon is just going to kill all these rebels. It's trying to think of a way that. I
opening
mean,
the
and then
airlock,
opening the airlock's going to kill all the rebels as well. I forgot I cut through the door. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry.
there's no
Um,
way to get through it.
There were mechanics, skullduggery, etc. That was certainly the quickest option, though.
Yeah.
Well,
Does the would the pylon have any like breach countermeasures?
No, only at the ends. The way you came in and the way that connects to the ship.
Mhm. I think I have an idea.
what if I could get Ferret into we wouldn't be able to move but in the ship immediately.
Well, so here's what my thought is. If I could push Diomon into the airlock, like so, you're imagining that there's like a little walkway between the actual pylon and the sun flare. So if I can get him in there, if you guys can close the door, like shutting off the pylon from that little spot, I can just cut open that spot, and then move Pippa or move the ship to another pylon, and then where you guys can board. If that's how it's set up, if it's just like, if there's just sort of one sort of door that is connecting the sun flare to the pylon, then that's not going to work.
Well, it's kind of like the pylon itself is two doors, one at the entrance and one at the actual docking port, and then that, of course, interfaces with the airlock the ship has in and of itself. So there is technically a gap in that seal, but you'd have to move the ship away.
Damn. Just trying to think of a way to end this quick without killing a shit ton of rebels.
You could give up.
Oh,
No.
hey, I mean that's an option we haven't talked about yet.
Rock's not going to give up.
I mean,
especially
it's
not-
pretty clear Diomon's trying to escape. If you let him go, he may just let this all.
Is Diamond looking for apprentices?
The last one didn't treat him all that well, so
No.
call him back later.
Fair enough. We've all been scorned by apprentices before.
Yeah, but Rock wouldn't let this guy just go anyway. Damn you, Diomon. Damn you!
Hmm.
Do you have any ideas,
It's
Ben?
actually a pretty easy fix. Let him go. Make sure the technicians don't go with him. Contact Pippa. Tell her to jump somewhere. We win. The guy probably doesn't have much slicing experience. I mean, if he does, that's pretty ridiculous. And I don't think he can influence a computer. So we'll just
Well,
get him to a place where we
manipulation
can
begs
roast
to
him.
differ.
They came out with that new power in Endless Vigil.
Yeah, but if he had any sort of sway over computers or mechanics, he would have been able to affect me, and he wouldn't need the technicians to do all the work for him.
Perhaps he just wanted his adversary to have all his senses when he was beaten.
Ooh.
Mm,
Yes. The fastest way to defeat him is to open an airlock and just suck everything out.
yeah, but I don't want to kill you guys.
Barry, how good are you at holding on to stuff?
I mean, okay.
The vacuum of space is quite the pull.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Let me check Rock's things. He has Don't crash on me, dude.
I don't know. Let's think this one out. I mean,
Rock does have climbing gear. All right. He can
Rock-
toss you guys the climbing gear, and you can secure yourselves to the ship.
That's
The
going to
thing
help
is-
their rolls. That's not going to make them not roll, just so you know.
I know. I don't think there's any way to keep them from rolling. But there's also the problem of how do we seal the hole once we've made it?
That would be pretty hard.
Because if we just cut through, well, because Pippa can't actually disengage from the airlock, can she? Or from the pylon, like she can't just like disengage, not move away, but can she disengage from the actual airlock? Because I know she's still grappled, but unless the grappling hook is like pinning her directly to the airlock to where it forms an airtight seal, she might still be able to disengage it.
Well, you already told her to move away, and that had that result. So I'm going to say the grapple is keeping her pinned against the airlock.
Okay, so she can't even just sort of release the seal around the airlock.
No.
Okay.
Like, that's also a bit elastic, so she'd have to get, like, some good force on it before she could pull away, which the grapple is keeping her from doing.
Okay. Well, if Ferret, well, Ben, you did have a good idea. We just let him go and then have Pippa just have him jump somewhere random. But wait, can we? Because you said we stopped getting calls from Pippa. Can we contact Pippa still, or are we just unable? Like, because of what Ferret accidentally shot.
I would say because Pippa can't contact you, you can't call her. Like, the ship
Okay.
right now is damaged to the point where they're probably going to need to fix it a bit before they can even leave.
Hmm.
not seeing a lot of great options.
No. Now I kind of wish I had saved Last Man Standing.
But why fight when you can negotiate?
Because I don't negotiate with evil assholes.
Well, that's just a personal preference.
I also don't want this asshole running around the galaxy.
I think the vacuum of space is our best option, honestly. If we're not going to negotiate, I mean, the other option is trying to cut through all of these people, which is going to take more time.
I will remind you that you do have a rough number of how many people are probably under his control and probably susceptible to this murder.
Yep. He's well. Actually, no, because you said it doesn't work the same way, and it stopped once his apprentice had been knocked out. The last time we fought him, I don't know how well he's refined this power.
Yes, but as I told you, it's pretty clear that it's not working the same way it did back then.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I don't think if we're not going to negotiate, then our best option is the airlock, and then just banking on us rolling high enough to not get sucked into the vacuum of space.
Actually, I'm not sure that's such a viable option either. Because if he could, well, I don't know if he'd be able to transfer his dying in the vacuum of space out to each and every one of the rebels here.
What do you mean?
Like, so he absorbed the damage from Ferret's shot and it sent it to another person. If he goes into the vacuum of space, he's just strangulating. But I don't know if he'll be able to move that effect to other people. If it just comes down to strangulation, then I can do that. Which actually I didn't try last time. I wonder if I can crush his windpipe.
Well, we know that the ship will take time to repair for them to take
Mhm.
off, and they'll need even more time to do whatever else. I don't know, but assumably we're on like a docking pylon, so there's still the grappling turrets pretty much all over the ship. So an option would be to just fall back, take control of one of the grappling stations, keep the ship grappled, and then just wait until the rebellion shows up, since the other ship's distress signal went out, and then we can just rearrest him. Ion blast the Sunflare and capture him again.
Oh, yeah. Why don't we do that then? That's far better than just than trying to kill him right now, because we don't have a good way to go at him. All right, I like that.
Don't you think you'll be able to see through our lies?
Not really.
We don't need to lie to him.
We don't.
We're letting you go.
Pretty much.
We don't need
Well,
to say
that-
anything. We can just retreat,
Yeah.
and then get to the grappling station.
Yep. So that's the best idea. All right. So we're going to keep Pippa grappled and retreat.
So, are you going for a grappling station that isn't... Okay, hold on. Let me just... There's the one grapple on Pippa. Is that the
Mhm.
one you're going to?
Or no, we would use other grappling hooks to hold Pippa there.
Okay. You don't know where those are.
We can assume the controls are on the bridge.
There was one that fired, but when no one else was on the bridge.
Oh, yeah. Well, like Ben said, it's going to take them time to fix the ship. In that time, we could find another grappling hook or a grappling shot.
Well, it's going to take you time. Okay, never mind. All right. So are you just going to beat a retreat because you still have a few Marines that might give pursuit?
Yeah, we're gonna beat a hasty retreat now. That's because what Ben proposed is probably the best idea.
All right. Then this sounds like a race check to see if you can outrun the Marines. Because they actually are going to pursue you.
Okay. Well, I'll lead the Marines and stuff away, and then I'll just knock them out.
But why do you think they would all follow you?
Oh, because we're all going in the same direction. Once we lead them out of the pylon, and like around a corner, farther away from Diomon, and then just knock them out.
So you're going to let them follow you and then just resume combat elsewhere?
That's what Rock will do, because he doesn't want them chasing us while we're trying to find another grappling ship or grapple hook.
All right.
He'll leave that to the Perceptive and Smarty Pants. He's neither of those.
Okay. Well, then let's... So we have 3 initiative slots already, so let's just go ahead and restart this round in another area.
Okay.
Ignore your clones at the bottom of the screen. All right. So I think we ran up I think one PC will go before the round kind of resets.
Yeah, I think that was the only PC that didn't get to go.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go ahead and punch one of the Marines. Still adversary 1.
The Marines are adversary 2, and then 1 melee defense.
Oh. Okay.
You got this.
Oh, I got this. This is easy. This should be easy. Oh, I probably just jinxed myself. That's fine. uh, that's 7 damage.
Okay. Any pierce or any extra effect?
No pierce.
Okay.
But I'll use those 3 advantage to recover sprain. And then I'll go into a guarded stance.
All right. You give one Marine a good punch to the solar plexus, and he staggers back a bit.
Yes.
So then round resets, and who was on top again?
I think
It's an
one
NPC.
NPC. All right. This group of Marines over here gonna fire on Rock.
Okay.
One range defense, one.
Yep. One range defense. Holy moly.
That's going to be 16 damage,
Okay.
and they're gonna crit. So now it's gonna be plus 20.
Are they going to use that advantage?
They're gonna taunt you a bit.
95.
At the brink, suffers 1 strain each time you perform an action. Until healed, not just until the encounter ends.
Suffer 1 strain?
Every time you
Yep,
perform an
every
action.
time.
Okay. Alright. Rock's getting mighty sick of this.
All right.
So it's PC now?
Yep.
Mhm.
Alright. So Rock's going to deal with the guys that just shot him. I'm going to flip for unmatched protection. No, I'm not. Take 3 strain. Gonna use my reroll. And I shouldn't have. That's fine. So it's gonna be 18 stun damage.
All right. That takes 2 of them out.
But you don't. Oh, that's rough.
Mm-hmm.
As for the despair, I'm doing something over here in the corner. Okay. 2 NPCs?
Mhm.
All right. The guard Zazak punched is going to go into a brawl with him. One maneuver to
Do
take
it.
out their knives.
Do it.
All right. I'm going to flip.
Some weak ass shit.
Any melee defense?
I have 2, I believe, because of guarded stance.
Oh, that's 2 upgrades, isn't it?
That's 2 upgrades?
I think so.
That sounds so good. How come I don't do that all the time?
Oh, no, if you just do the maneuver guarded stance, it's just a setback.
Oh.
Okay.
This
That is
defensive
good.
stance is the maneuver thing that gives you upgrades. Guarded stance is just a regular.
Oh, guarded
baseline
stance,
maneuver.
not... Okay, I guess I got that confused with defensive stance.
Ooh, I was like... Whoa.
Okay, anyway, so just 2 setbacks. Alright, that is going to be 11 damage, pierce 3.
Okay.
Alright, for the 2 advantage, they're going to recover some strain from the punch.
Do it.
Alright, and the other group is going to take a shot at Ferret.
Okay. 1 dodge.
Okay. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm sorry, I forgot to put in the 2 successes on that last one, so it's actually 13 damage.
Nah, it's okay.
Any ranged defense on Ferret? I keep forgetting.
Nope.
Okay, that is going to be 14 damage. And if that gets through, they're going to crit.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll, by the way.
Okay.
44. Bowled over. Knocked prone, suffer 1 strain.
That's actually good. You're better off doing a ranged fight on the prone, because then you get the extra defense.
Yep.
All right. It's a shock in Verret.
Silver linings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, as an action, I'm going to activate Unmatched Authority for the next 5 rounds. And as a maneuver, yeah, why not? As a maneuver, we're going to do this. For 2. Do I want to? Nah, we'll just see. So, Rock is a shock. Can each take, let's see, 9 and 7. If it's a shock, 3 strain back, and Rock 2 strain back, and you each get a boost on everything for 4 rounds. And then as another maneuver, I'm going to activate Sidestep, and then I'm going to use Intense Presence for more strain back. So, there we go.
Do you
So
want
that's
me
all my
to?
stuff.
Do you want me to bodyguard you, or
You don't have to. Just keep doing what you're doing.
I'll keep doing what I'm doing. So 1 boost. I'm gonna keep punching.
What is
Pardon?
What is oh yeah. So the adversary 2 and defense 2, or adversary 2 melee range.
1 defense for melee.
Okay. Then bring that down to just the setbacks then. I forgot I can increase. Yeah, so I'm taking off both upgrades and both difficulty.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Activate it, my strain threshold goes up. Hooray.
Okay. Then you know what? I'll use 1 maneuver to aim, and let's see if I can finish these guys off. All right. So that's going to be 13 damage. I will use 4 advantage to crit.
Okay, so that takes, with the crit, that's 1 guy out. With the 14, that's okay. Yeah, you take 3 guys out total in that one.
And I'll use that last advantage to recover a strain.
All right. Top of the order. Now that Ferret's shouting orders, the group that was attacking him are going to attack with renewed vigor.
Okay. So it's going to be 3 upgrades and 1 setback.
3 upgrades?
Yep, I use sidestep.
Okay. So that's going to make it 2 red and 1 setback. Alright, that is 13 damage. And they're actually going to activate critical twice, making it a crit plus 20, because you already have 1 on you. 23.
23. Off balance, just has a setback.
Ferret is very lucky with these crits. Alright. That's it for the first NPC.
Yep, that's one of us now.
So, Rock will go. 3 more strain for frenzied blows.
Make it no difficulty.
Don't bother with that. I have enough to just power through it.
Are you sure you can get all of them?
Well, how many are left?
Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Like just in this group.
3. There are 3 left.
3? Yeah, I can get 3.
I want to make it a sure shot.
I
Still
mean,
take
I
all the
killed
difficulty
3
off.
with just my bare fist, so
I crit on 1 and I add 1. So no matter, I'm not gonna really use strain recovery. I'm gonna crit and then I'm probably gonna take 2 out with the way I've been hitting. So
If you
don't
think
worry
so,
about it.
I'll move.
Yep. So that's going to be 18 strain damage. I'm going to use 1. I'm going to use 1 of my advantages to crit to knock out the last one, because 18 should take out 2.
Yes. It does. And, oh, okay, yep, they're dead.
And then I'll use the other 5 for strain recovery. And the triumph, I don't know what to do. We'll say with the triumph, I draw the attention of those guards, so that leaves the shock alone. Start shooting at me.
Sure, if you want.
I mean, there's only 1 left. I'd worry more about the ones that
There are
already
actually 2 left in your group. One of the people you took out was the guy you smacked the first round.
It's fine. Ferrets are more dangerous than I am, anyways.
All right, so then these guys are now going to shoot at me.
Alright, yeah. Big scary droid. Yep. The despair I'm still putting on this ticker over here. Okay, so now we have 2 NPCs. Well, 1 NPC, one of them got taken out.
Yep. These guys.
People against the shock are gonna go up on him.
Okay.
I'm gonna flip. Oh, geez. Sorry, I had a brain fart. What are your defenses?
For
Only
me?
1, because I didn't do guard's dance.
Okay. Okay, that is 9 damage, pierce 3. For 2 advantage, they're gonna take a maneuver to disengage.
Wow.
All right. Everyone else.
Yep. Not sure exactly what I want to do here.
Well, yeah.
Let's see. Quick draw, stimpak, maneuver, use it. Maneuver. Second maneuver, gonna re-up, sidestep. And then I'm gonna flip for intense presence just to get some back here. And then as an action, what could I do? I don't want to shoot as an action here. Instead, I will. Oh, I can remove this. Okay. I'm going to do this. Make it easier. Field commander, so you can each take a maneuver for 1 strain if you want.
Sure. Take a strain and I'll move to these guys.
It's like a pretty fair.
It's kind of like turns over onto his shoulder on the ground, kind of like rolling to get out of the way of whatever shooting at him, and he just shouts to Rock as a shock, secure the platform, whatever. I guess we're kind of probably on like a fire control station that's been repurposed into a little grappling thing, or at least we're getting close to that. I'm just
Well,
saying
your
that's
whole
traditionally-
goal in the first place was to make sure these guys didn't follow you all the way to a grapple station, going to Rock.
Well, it didn't really matter. We just wanted to make sure that we eliminated them when we got there.
Well, this was done with a completely different assumption then, because Rock said you didn't want to lead you there.
Well, we were going to go find another grapple thing, but if these guys are just following us, then obviously we can't just have them shooting at us while we're trying to find a grapple station.
Yeah, I
Or
thought
grapple
we just
hook.
jumped him in a hallway or something.
Wherever we are, he says to secure it.
Secure
Yes.
the hallway.
turn.
Okay. So you made those maneuvers. I think it's just the shot can still go for the new round.
Hey, I'll punch him real good. Use my one of my maneuvers to aim, and then I'll punch him. I'll punch him.
All right, just the two adversary, one melee defense.
Absolutely. Not as good as I was hoping. I will put that light side pip into success, so that will be 10 damage, no pierce.
Okay, that takes out another one. One guy left. All right.
All right.
New round, new person. The rebel guards are not reacting well to Rock suddenly closing in on them. They will take a maneuver to break off from him and actually open fire at him.
Oh,
Yeah. One range defense.
13 damage, so nothing.
No, that gets one through.
Ah. All right. One advantage. They feel invigorated.
Okay.
That's it.
So are they still engaged with me?
No, they stepped out to short.
Okay. I'm going to close the gap, take 3 more strain, and let them have it. That's going to be 24 and a crit.
24, any pierce?
24 strain damage.
Oh,
No
okay.
pierce.
That, with the crit, actually takes out 4 of them. One left. One very, very beleaguered man left.
Okay, that's the other ones.
The other group, the one guy is going to try and stab Jasak. Let's see how well that goes.
do it.
1 defense or 2?
Just one
Okay.
for now.
Now what do you know? So 10 damage, pierce 3.
Uh-oh. That is enough.
Enough to get you over? And
Wait.
roll a
6.
crit.
Yep, that's 1 over. That's super awkward.
Not yet.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
No, I'm sorry. I'm responding to Rock. 100. Ooh, crippled. It was a knife fight, so it's going to be one of your arms. And it's going to be the one that was probably punching him the most, so I'm going to say it's going to be the dominant arm that gets crippled. Alright. Favorite.
Okay. Well. Can't get the shock back up, no matter what. So, what else? I guess I could just try to finish off the guys he was fighting. So we will do that.
All right. You don't have to worry about shooting the shock since one of them is standing up and the other is not. So it's just going to be the standard difficulty.
Okay. So there we go, and we'll do that. So that's... And they're on there. Oh yeah, and accurate. Can't forget the accurate. Okay. And that's 22. Pierce 1.
Oh yeah, dead.
Yeah. And I'll just recover some strain for maybe like 3. Maybe I could use the others to find us a fire control station. Or at least directions to one.
Well, you could probably get all the locations of the fire control stations from the bridge. As for just seeing it and where you are in the hallway, it'd probably cost you 4 advantage instead of 3.
Okay.
Alright, yeah. You see a scrawled on mark in one of the separatist languages that, given your experience in the Empire, you could probably translate, if you were actually paying attention to it, as directions to a nearby fire control station.
Okay. Use my second maneuver to stand up.
Okay.
And Jacques still down, so then...
Alright, new round. Alright. This one guy is gonna see if he can't backpedal. Actually, he can't, because he would have to take 2 maneuvers, wouldn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, then he'll actually go for broke, pull out his knife, and see if he can't chip something into the rock. Melee defense?
2.
Okay, I'm gonna flip. Eight. Pierce 1.
Nothing.
Pierce 3, I mean, but yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
As for the 2 threat, I'm going to say his knife kind of chips a bit, and he just looks at you like an, uh-oh.
Mm-hmm. So, no frenzied blows this time, but... Oi. I guess I'm going to heal all that strain and pass a boost to the next person.
Okie doke. You missed it. Why didn't you say? I guess, yeah. I could have helped you, but
That's fine.
that's all right. So got a boost. I'm sorry if I do something bad to you, but we'll just have to see. There's a
Okay.
short but rocks engaged. So that's this. We're just gonna see what happens. Just quick.
Oh boy.
Wow, both of them
I thought I was
effed
going to be the
you.
only one rolling despairs. All right.
Alright, well, at least one of those is going to shooting rock instead of the guard, so how much damage?
20. Pierce 1.
Okay, so I'm going to take 8. 8 and 16 is 24. All right, now Rock's starting to feel...
Okay,
A
so
little beat
one
up.
of these things can happen. One, I can take that other despair and put it on this ticker, of which you already have 3. That would make it 4. Or you can also crit rock, and when you hit him.
Eh? Correct, because that makes a lot more sense. Because it makes more sense than some ambiguous thing happening because he shot someone. I don't know. Doesn't make any
Well,
sense.
we've been casting a lot of these as twist of fate to go alongside the roll. Anyway, go ahead and roll a d100, Jeff.
Roll the crit. Roll the
That's a
Plus
plus
30.
30. So it's 123.
Knocked senseless, staggered for the remainder of the encounter, so...
Oh, so I don't even get
It's
to
funny.
act anymore. Ow. Oh, this sucks on a number of levels.
So when you shoot him, you actually cause a short circuit through his paneling. So he kind of freezes up, and his motions are getting pretty jittery.
That's all right.
I thought we were professionals.
All right.
Yeah.
I guess that means so Rock can still move, but he can't act, and that takes us to the new encounter, new round, and so the Rebel Guard. Now that he sees Rock knocked senseless, I think he's now gonna try again and smack him with the knife. Maybe see if he can't get something between the plates.
2 melee defense.
He technically does 7, but
Nothing gets through. All right. So Rock is going to move out of the way, take 2 of his maneuvers to get out of there, sort of jittering and stepping back.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right, Ferret,
This is
take
all
the
that's
shot.
happening. So then, boop, and then he's dead.
Yep. All right, you are free to move on to the fire control station.
So I'm going to go over, get a stim pack as a shock, give him a quick one, and then give one to him. Well, the shock is better at that. But yeah.
How much do you just have? Like, just the base 5?
Yeah.
All right, and then
And right now,
I'll whip out one of mine, and then I'll stim pack myself.
okay. And how many do you have? How many ranks?
I have 2 ranks.
Okay. So if you did me with one, it would be 6. There we go.
Wouldn't it be 7?
Well, I already used one.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. Rock, if you wanted, I could try repairing one of your crits, but
It would be ridiculously easy.
yeah, because you have
Mm-hmm. I still
Yeah,
have
that's still in effect.
So do you want to?
The hardest one would be knocked senseless, but he also has At the Brink, which forces him to take 1 strain each time until healed.
Yeah, I think we should do At the Brink.
All right, that is actually also hard, so don't know why I even brought that up.
Just make it nothing.
Make it nothing. That's good.
Yup.
You could
That's
still
funny.
roll blank.
Funny, because theoretically I could still fail it.
It'd just be very hard to.
Don't worry, Rock. We're gonna fix you up, buddy.
Wait, what?
It's okay, so you're no longer at the brink. That
Oh, I
crit
forgot
got
what my-
healed.
Hooray!
Oh, it's blank.
3 crits. Woo! Thank you. But now we need to make sure Pippa stays put and wait for backup.
Actually, as you get that repaired, you get a call from Pippa, but it seems just like an auditory blip.
No. Pippa, stop it.
Pippa, kill the engines.
You don't get any response.
Pippa.
It's like Pippa comes on for a second and then immediately comes off.
Oh, damn it.
Uh,
Well, we better find that firing station and get another hook on her.
Luckily, you did find the instructions, and as you're on your way, you hear a soft push come echoing across the hall.
No, no, no.
You arrive at the station to find one group of technicians there manning the stations, and as they immediately see you, they whip out long, like weird-looking prods.
what? Not again.
These people have been armed to the teeth.
Oh.
There's only 4 of them, but they're ready for battle.
All right. Rock is very, very done with all of this crap. So, he's Gorehowl, Skulls. He, you know what? He's done being nice. They're getting the blade. He's
All right, 1 adversary, no melee defense.
okay. They're getting the business end.
Oh, God.
And so that's going to be 19 Pierce 4. I have 2 advantage and 2 triumphs. And I just say, they're dead.
All right. All right, and yeah, they're all dead. And you actually start getting calls from Captain Modicon, the Mon Cal captain.
Mm-hmm.
He's apparently against your recommendation / orders. He probed the containment perimeter and found that it's gone. All the people that were maintaining containment have vanished, according to his point of view. So he's actually retaking his ship right now.
Excellent. If you can get to your reactors and you can do anything to keep the ship that's currently hooked to this here.
I don't know what we can do to keep a ship hooked, but if you need it destroyed,
Tractor beam.
Not destroyed.
The ion weapons, just disable it.
Use a tractor beam.
Yeah, iron weapons would be far better.
all right. All right, so that's going on now, and you have control of the firing station.
Is it like a gunnery check or is it like a computer check? What are we dealing with here?
Let's see. I figure it's kind of like it used to be a turbo laser battery, so I'm going to say gunnery.
All right. I figure Ferret's probably the best at that because all I could do is commit 2 force die to agility.
All right. You look at the scopes and you see that the Sunflare has unhooked and is departing. It looks like you only get one shot at this before it gets out of the cavity.
Oh boy.
So let's see. This is a comparative shot. You are on a giant silhouette 7. We don't have official stats for this. I'll say 7. Actually, are Star Destroyers silhouette 8? I feel like they are. I'm going to say silhouette 8. Anyway, silhouette 8 shooting at a silhouette 4. That's going to make this a formidable check. Firing vessel has silhouette 4 or more points larger than the target ship. It can't go that fast, though, as it's leaving the debris field, so none of those are upgraded. Small consolation, but...
Unmatched authority? Oh, you can't do unmatched authority for yourself.
Not myself. Does Rock want to do like fire discipline?
Yeah, Rock can do fire discipline. And then the shock could make the shot.
I mean, maybe, but he's rolling with 1 green. I mean, I could reduce it to nothing because it would be really weird, but
I can commit 2 foresight to agility with enhance.
I mean, if we just want to succeed, that's pretty good odds just to reduce it to nothing.
Well, you have it for 5 rounds. How many rounds have gone? And you've already ended that encounter.
This is the 5th round.
But the encounter you were in has already ended.
True.
We're
still in
wondering,
the same room, so it would have been this would be like the round would be the last round. So.
This wasn't the same room though, because I was going off rocks in directions that you were intercepting these guys before you went to a fire control station.
Well, we found the technicians in a control station, didn't we?
Yeah, but this is an entirely different space.
Yeah, but it's all part of the same encounter. You're all on the same initiative.
I didn't, but it wasn't. If we were following that initiative, the technician should have gone first.
Right? I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter to me.
I don't think we're in the same encounter.
All right. Alien shit just randomly crashes. So fire discipline, Sunflare. Hard leadership or discipline. Okay, just going for leadership. Flip to make this better. All right. So each. Oh shit! Where'd it go? There's.
Which class of Star Destroyer is it?
I would say Imperial because Lucre Healths were pretty big.
Okay.
So you get a boost.
Okay, so this is Silhouette
8. And Every 3 advantage to allow 1 system strain from weapons.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
I mean, so we deal another system strain, I guess. Technically, if we were dealing damage, it would do system strain. But
Okay.
the big thing is the boost. So then I guess, does the shock want to assist?
Yes. Is assist the only thing I can do? I think it is.
I guess it is.
Okay.
And you
Okay.
can. I mean, it's a giant turret control station, so there are several consoles you can use together.
Yeah.
Um,
So boost from Rock, boost from Zashak. Definitely going to be aiming, because why would you shoot without aiming?
Does true aim work for gunnery?
It does.
oh yeah.
Excellent.
And we're going to flip, because that's a good thing to do. Okay, I will take strain, because we don't want to miss. We really don't want to miss. All right. We didn't miss.
Hey,
All right.
Oh, hell, with the 2 triumphs, I'll say not only do you hook it, but after a couple of minutes, the hurricane starts to spin up, and a few of its ion batteries start to pick away at the sun flare. So by the time you
Hooray!
reel it in, the power's out.
All right.
All right.
For the 3 threat, though...
Maybe we damage some of the Sunflare systems?
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to say she wasn't connected, but she was in the hands of the person who'd be very frustrated to be captured right now. To get smashed.
I mean, it's still repairable. It's just going to take credits and time and rolls.
Very
We've
good rolls,
lost
yeah.
Pippa forever.
At the moment, Pippa is offline.
Okay,
That's fine.
that's fine. The ship's
Just
not
our-
going anywhere. We wait
Yeah.
for Imperial, or not Imperial. Wait for Rebel support.
Okay, yeah, that takes a couple of hours.
So I'm just going to coordinate with the Mon Calamari captain, tell him to just hold, make sure the ship stays disabled. We'll get it reeled in and in place, and don't touch it until support arrives, and then we'll take care of it later in a contained environment.
Okay, here's the issue. You've captured the Sunflare. It is disabled. There is still a mob of people in this outpost. How are you going to deal with them?
We don't. We'll lock down the battery we're in, and then wait.
They're also
Right,
well, they're
right.
mechanics.
Otherwise we can just transfer over to the Hurricane and just wait there.
That is possible.
I mean, I guess we could send Rock on a seek and stun mission.
Yeah, I could just roam the halls and keep
Bop
cracking
people.
skulls. Be like little Peter. What was the song about the rabbit that kept bopping people on the head, or bopping mice on the head?
But the fact that they were unconscious, that would
Well, once they
take
become-
time. No, okay, no, that works.
Oh,
So, you open the doors from the fire control station. For one moment, Rock slips out and goes on a merry hunting spree. Now, of course, since these people are unconscious, they will eventually become conscious again, but by the time they do, you will have more help.
Mhm.
So, after a few hours, and the Hurricane tries to lock down the Sunflare by blocking the main exit of the cavity, several Corellian corvettes do fly through the hole, and you get hailed by, not Admiral Akbar himself, but I would say one of his lieutenants, Commander Crud.
Crud.
Yeah, why not?
It's a very noble name, Timon Calamari.
Evening Crud.
Crude.
Crude.
All right. You debrief them, and you kind of end up having a little bit of a war council on the Hurricane. Reports are that Commander Crud is sending people through the Dagata station and just keeping them unconscious and sedated. They don't know what they can do to fix these people, and
The only way to fix them is to kill Diomon.
Oh, well.
Can we find a way to vent the sun flare?
Yes.
Then I say we vent the sun flare. We're done with Diomon. It's either all of the rebels under his control are just going to die, or they'll be fine.
Are you
But
willing to
there's
take that
no way-
risk?
There's leaving Diomon alive. Just will we don't have force sensitive people here that can try to break this control, and there's going to be no way I'm going to risk people who can be influenced by Diomon entering the sun flare to try to deal with it. So it's either we wait and we just let him starve on the sun flare until he dies of starvation or asphyxiation if the life support systems are offline, in which case then we'll find out anyway.
It's
already clear based on what we've seen that there's some limitation to his power, given that he couldn't take over any of the people aboard the Hurricane.
Well,
So as long as we isolate him and keep things all nice and under control, we can have a lot more to work with.
Can I make a medicine check to see if I can do anything?
this is more lore than medicine.
Yeah,
Can I try and make a lore check?
Sure.
you can.
What's the difficulty?
I'd say formidable. This is like ancient and force related. I'm upgrading to give you. Actually, you won't be able to flip that anyway, so never mind. Just straight up formidable.
This is something where we would need like Erdo or
Yeah, Erdo. Too bad he's not here.
Hope those family
he's not.
plans are going well for
You
him.
can definitely try. You can do it, Zashak.
I'll take that as an unskilled assistant.
Yep.
Oh
You
shit!
can do it.
Oh,
Damn.
Did it?
Okay,
Zashak knows how
so
to break this.
well, no.
Oh,
Let me. So this is basically a very parasitic version of a force bond known to develop between master and students back in when force traditions were more popular. What Diomon here has probably turned it into a very parasitic kind of influence where after it's almost like Reaper indoctrination. The more time someone spends around him, the more and more convinced they become of his methods and means, and the more susceptible they come to his control.
So basically, Sith Stockholm syndrome.
Yes. It is actually possible that those very resilient people might be able to stay around Diamond for some time to do something with him, move him, contain him, or otherwise. However, once the control
Kill
is
him.
established, once that bond has been formed between him and his servants, breaking it, you would have to do something beyond anything anyone understands about the Force currently to free those people. If he goes there, he's probably taking them with him.
That's all right. I imagine we'll just have whatever ships we have tow the Sunflare to wherever secure place we can while keeping it disabled. Then whenever we can, I don't know, get it to a spot where we can keep the environment controlled, we'll just open a hatch, drop bunker and a rock in, and have them just go apprehend him physically. Just, restrain him, and then we'll just induce a coma and keep him like that for a while we figure out what to do.
Yeah.
That would certainly work to detain him. However,
Yep.
Zashak would be able to tell you if that's something he can do unconsciously.
Is that something he could do unconsciously?
Well, that's the threat coming in.
Oh.
I mean, even if he can do it unconsciously, it really doesn't matter. Because
actually,
I mean-
wait, hold on. I have an idea. Can we borrow the Asalamiri from the can we find some of the Asalamiri? If we surround him with those, they'll block his force connection to the servants. Then we
we
can.
have to requisition one.
This is an assumption regarding how the Force is working through him. You remember that a lot of this stuff kind of innately happened. You might be dealing more with a Virgins than a wielder.
Well,
That's true, but if we can if we have an Asalamiri with him, because the Asalamiri their biology, whatever it is, they're able to create a sort of like a nullification of the force around them, correct?
They're
Where
able to
it's
keep
like,
people from contacting the Force.
so yeah, so it keeps him cut off from the force. So if something then would happen, we could test this by, say, we break a finger while he's unconscious with an Salamiri nearby. We break a finger. If one of the unconscious men they bolt awake because the breaking of a bone is a huge amount of pain, then we know that there still is that there's still a connection. So we have to just keep him sedated. If that doesn't happen, then we know that the Salamiri has that there has to be some sort of connection from him to the servant that isn't obstructed. So can we do that test?
Uh, uh, well, first of all, you need to get a Salamiri, which goes through the broker, not the
Yes.
rebels.
Um,
A more tame suggestion comes through of going with Ferret's idea of actually detaining him, but actually keeping him on a prison ship staffed entirely by droids, since droids seem immune to his effect. That
for
way,
now, we
even
don't.
if the innate
Yeah.
effect is dissipated, the droids wouldn't matter.
Okay, I just don't. I
If
just
only
don't
we
like.
knew a ship entirely crewed by droids.
We do. We do. The Fatal Error Pirates. All right. So Rock will get on. Rock will personally get on the horn with them because he is technically still their admiral, and task them with the ultra important mission of guarding this comatose squishy and keeping him comatose.
Aye, aye, Admiral. All right.
And
So,
if at any point he gets up and like starts trying to walk around, and you're not able to sedate him, kill him. Just kill him.
aye, aye, Admiral. All right.
Aye, aye.
So you complete this plan. You keep for now the former crew of the Gutta Outpost will be kept sedated on one of the rebellion's uh, not safe worlds, because that's a bad news if they wake up, but in a safe place until we're able to get a handle on just what Diomon is doing with them. And Diomon himself, faced with Bunker and Rock, is at least battered unconscious. He did have a nice shock sword, but Bunker just shot him with stun bolts until he fell down.
Rock will take the stun sword and he'll just destroy it.
Yeah, it was just made of a lot of mechanic stuff. It's very slapshod. So anyway, all of that happens. Diomon is detained and kept in the custody of the Fatal Pirates. Dogata Outpost, while currently bereft of a crew, is still functional. So Admiral Akbar comes in, and while he's a bit shocked at the nasty business that befell the crew, is happy that this station is still usable by the rebellion, since there was no security leak. So,
We also may actually have kind of an interim crew until we can get it properly manned with those upon the hurricane.
at my Barnards, it's like there are some skill crew members of the Hurricane. I'll have to take it up with Rebel Command as if we want the Hurricane out of the fight while we get Dogata Outpost up and running again. But regardless, this is excellent work, agents. So Pippa is currently conked out, but the Sunflare is returned to the agent's possession.
Mm-hmm. Rock will begin mechanically trying to repair Pippa's broken circuits, all that stuff as best as he can.
Let's save. We're already over time, and I'm imagining that's going to be a bit more involved. So we're going to save that for the R-Pole. But Pippa is fixable, and the Sunflare is yours. So let's take this to XP. Base 15. I'm giving you +5 off the bat for not only beating Diomon, but saving Dogata Outpost. Giving you +2 for retaking the Hurricane in the process. Plus I don't know. Go ahead and pitch me a few things. I'm still open. Just can't think of anything.
I just the scene of Rock sort of shushing away the giant octopus with rage.
Sure,
Okay,
+1 for octopus intimidation.
Sorry to cut you off, Ben.
I guess just for the whole plan at the end. I don't know. All that kind of.
Yeah.
Sure, +1 for planning, for detention planning. So that would take us to 24 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Just for rocking this with just 3 people. I'll say +1, GM is impressed.
3-man cell.
All right. And you also will get +2 duty apiece for retaining the use of Dogat Outpost for the rebellion. That could be either support, resource acquisition, etc. I don't really know what you would classify it under. And as for money, let's see here. The rebellion is still trying to fill its coffers after the defeat at Hoth, so I'm going to say this was unfortunately a bit of a freebie mission. But they
That's
are
fine.
very thankful.
In lieu of payment, Rock will take mechanical assistance in fixing his damaged systems.
All right. I'll say then you can just go ahead and roll the mechanics thing, but without the debuff of fixing yourself. And in
Can I
fact,
get
you'll get 2
my,
boosts too. But yeah,
my-
I'll bring your tokens back.
Oh yeah, can Zashak roll an easy crit?
Yeah, I can do that. That's easy.
And deleting your clones.
Can I roll for my crit, the crippled?
Either are you going to do resilience or medicine?
Medicine?
Okay, yeah, but just don't forget the difficulty of doing medicine on yourself.
Oh,
Oh wait,
hard.
you know what? You have like a small rebellion fleet around you when this is happening. Take that penalty off.
too hard. It's still too hard. GM, please. Ah!
All right. Unfortunately, his arm is still crippled.
You know what? I'm just gonna cut it off.
You can get that.
Oh, yeah, you'll
you can get
rebuild.
that fixed faster than you can have a new arm grow back.
Is that a challenge?
Okay,
You
I'm
only
pretty
live a
sure
little
it
T-Rex
takes
arm.
it takes a month of real time for a limb to grow back. You only have to wait a week before you can try again.
But what if I fail next week?
Then you still might come ahead by at least a week if you try the week after that.
Ah!
Hey, at one of these points, we're gonna have someone with good medicine come in and help you, and you'll be fine.
Might be me.
All right.
You might.
So I think that all that's left is the Shuck's morality. Then
Oh,
And Murph and stuff like that.
okay, that too. You know,
I gave myself 3 because I failed 3 fear checks.
and again, I mean, I did this with the last group too. You were fighting sort of in self-defense, but you were also dealing with people who were not of their right minds. So, however much conflict you think you should take for dealing with that, I think it's fine.
I mean, I don't think we really. Wait, the only person we killed was the commander, right?
Yeah.
And a handful of technicians. Kind of
Well,
at
how
the end
much
when
do
Rock
you
just-
think Shishak would be in any way offended by Rock's killing of them then? Especially when he used the lightsaber?
Well, Rock didn't kill anyone with the lightsabers.
I thought he killed a few technicians before Shishak got visibly afraid of him.
No, Rock put those away because
Yeah, he never
Zashak
actually
was
used them to
afraid.
hit anyone. He just used them
Yep.
to open doors into light when he was underwater.
All right then, just go ahead and roll for the 3 conflict then.
R.
And while he's doing that, go ahead and throw out your merps.
-3. Oops. How do I get that? Oh, Papa. Okay. Could gain 2 morale.
All right, any counter nominations?
Just to make it easy, I'll just say, yeah.
All
I'll
right,
just double on the shock and we'll get the thing.
Shishak gets merp then for reacting with his fear.
Oh.
Now MVP, both Ferret and Rock, I think, did a lot of stuff in favor of this completion.
Yeah.
We probably just rock. You knocked a lot of people out.
Ferret made the all-important hooking of the Sunflare.
It sounds like then the tie-breaking vote is up to Nick.
I don't like. See, I'm not a big fan of democracies. So,
You abstain then?
It's okay, 'cause you're the only one with the choice, so it's like a totalitarian government. It's like you're the dictator.
I'm gonna leave it up to Destiny. We'll say odd numbers are Rock and even numbers are Ferret. Odd is Rock. Okay, yeah.
Even Ferret wins.
Yep.
All right. Let's see. Duty, morality. I think that's everything. All right. Thank you for
Good luck.
coming to watch. Shadows of the Broker 129, Monsters We Make.